Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush them! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit him hard!
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush them! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited. Hit him hard!
how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Excuse me. It's come down to this. You guys been waiting for, and what's happening right now is the Wildcard King series. My name is Xeno Viper. Join with me here is Moment. We're gonna bring you a lot of Honor of Kings action here today. How you doing, my good man?
I'm very excited for the spring season today because these regular teams, right? They're going to be playing the regular season today, and it's going to be all best of threes. And what's in this regular season that's completely different from qualifiers? There's the global ban pick that will be implemented. So we're going to see a lot of pools being taken out from these teams.
Exactly. Well, what happened was in the qualifiers, if you guys missed it, was this mostly just the general ban picks, in which where one bans, next game, you're gonna rinse and repeat sometimes. But here, that's where we're gonna see the teams flex it all out to see who will finally claim that one spot for KWC.
Yeah, definitely. The top team that will be playing in this playoffs, right? These teams are playing for ranking right now. So top 6 teams, they'll go to playoffs. And of course, top 2 teams, they are secured in the upper brackets. Meanwhile, 4 teams, they do have to go through the play-in stage before they can go to playoffs. So once you go into playoffs, there's still that double elimination waiting for you. Those double eliminations are going to be best of 5s. And of course, for the grand finals, we're going to have the best of 7.
Absolutely. Well, you guys didn't knew what wildcard was, right? Right now we actually have 4 Cambodian teams coming in here, 1 Laos, and then the 2 teams that actually beat up through the qualifiers was Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming, which we enjoyed last few weeks ago. So I'm gonna expect things that are probably very unorthodox, as what Moment might have predicted. And also, we're gonna see who's gonna be the kings of understanding the tempo of the game, because hey, while we all like great picks, sometimes the name of the game is still to win.
Yeah, a little bit of a storyline for the teams that we'll be seeing today. Pro Esports versus Paws Gaming. Paws Gaming, they have a lot of members from all gamers. So, namely, like Myosotis? Yeah, Myosotis, the flower, right?
Okay.
He is an ex-member of all gamers as well as Ting Lin as well. So, these guys, they have KPL experience. They have global experience as well. Meanwhile, for Pro Esports, they completely rebranded their roster as of this season. It's not the same Pro Esports that you saw in the international wildcards in 2024.
Okay, well, understanding that if Paws comes from the international scene, they are going to have to bring the game towards pros, right? Whereas, like, this might be the first time we're seeing pros on screen here in 2025. I am interested to see how they will hold up, because they put on an insane show for us in the qualifiers.
Yeah, and Pro Esports, of course, hailing from Cambodia. They have the quirkiest metas. They have the craziest picks. So in today's drafts, we are going to see a flavor of the Mekong region. The Mekong region is where that Cambodian river is located. And of course, for Pro Esports themselves, they're known for picking things like Mayin mid last time, but this is a completely new roster. So we don't know what to expect. They might go something of the standard stock picks in the meta as well. For me, I'm looking forward to see that Arlita Chow, looking at Dolia Elaine as well. All the combos that will be laid out in the battlefield.
Well, on the flip side for Paws Gaming, they have shown to be a little bit more versatile in that aspect. They have gone for really, really fast-paced heroes. Sometimes they go for a little bit more on the laid-back side. We're going to see how that's going to play out. Here we got pros. As young as they are, they're going to look and make a name for themselves here. And since they are one of 4 Cambodian teams, there's a lot of representation from that region itself.
Yeah, that region coming in very strong. Liang on that clash lane. Flying Ace in the jungle, Lengths in that mid role. Sakura will be their farm laner, and Easy getting everybody's backs. Easy, like he said, on that roam role.
Easy like 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm pretty excited already, because as you know, the powerhouses of Paws Gaming, they're gonna have the work cut out for them. And here we got Paws, we got Snow onto that clash. Myosotis, that's the jungle player. Xiao Yang, seen him the first time. Not too much info about him just yet, but he's shown to be a very good mid player. Sacrifices is my play. If you guys saw, it was hilarious. But now we got Feng Jie onto the farm lane, as well as Xing Lin on the support. Plays a very, very mean support, if you ask me.
Yeah, and what I'm very looking forward to see from Paws Gaming is very much the all gamers combo that they have, right? Myosotis, Snow, and Tinglin, they were teammates. They were playing together in the same roster. Now together with Feng Jie, he used to be from E-Star Pro in KPL. So he has that big league experience. He has that banning and drafting experience as well. And whether or not they can take out the enemy team's key strategies, that's going to be very important.
Yep, I think it's just more like that handshake thing, right? How do you help each other up in the game and help get those objectives? And that's what Honor of Kings is. It's not a very long game. Sometimes game can end suck 8-10 minutes. We've seen that happen in qualifiers, right? So as long as both teams keep each other in check, then we can hit those best of threes, because most of them has always been clean 2-0s in the past.
Yeah, and these teams today are playing for placements, right? These top 2 spots are very important because they don't have to go through that killer play-in stage. That play-in stage, you don't have that double elimination. If you don't make it through the play-ins, you don't go for playoffs. And only 4 teams will make it for playoffs during this WKS here.
Absolutely. Well, then now you know there's a lot at stake already, and we have actually got 3 games here today. If you saw the load-in screen, there's going to be a lot more WKS over the next few weeks as well. I hope you guys are buckled up. This is only day 1, guys. I hope you guys are hot and ready, because it's going to be really intense.
Yeah, Wildcard King series, of course, with the top spot, you go to KWC as well. So you still have to do the group stages in KWC. You don't get the playoff stage instantly, of course. You still have to play against other teams. But of course, we're looking at Paws Gaming. This is a hotshot team that can potentially dethrone the likes of Impunity, who is also playing in Wildcard King series. Impunity was the last Wildcard King series. Of course, the winner. They qualified to KWC. But now they're looking to dethrone these guys.
Okay, fair game. And plus, Impunity has a lot of mixed people from many different regions as well. Can prove to be a good powerhouse, and teams should be looking out for them in that fact. But due to the fact you have 4 slots up for playoffs, right? So that's a lot of money to be won as well. In case you guys didn't see that, it's actually a shared pool of $20,000 US. And interestingly enough, there are a lot of little side quests, if you might say, right, to get, like you said, like MVPs or the trigger like what crucial crowd control, things like that. I think that was a really neat thing coming up from Level Infinite doing this kind of thing.
Yeah, of course. And of course, with the regular season wins as well, you want to get the 2-0 wins to get the best scoreline. You want to place first, but you are also guaranteed a certain part of the prize pool money. If you get a 2-0, if you get a 2-1,
oh yeah,
it's completely different from a tier.
True. So stakes are there for sure, right? But I think sometimes when people are saying, "Are you there for the glory? Are you there for the money?" But most of the time, it's actually both. It's whoever says that not is actually definitely lying. So if you had an option to consider, right, just based on experience, you look at pros, you look at Paws. I would say a lot of money will be on Paws just because of their background. But do you think pros will have a chance though?
Pro Esports, I mean, definitely they have a very different meta, different understanding of the game when they come to this kind of global matchup, right? This is kind of a mini little regional international skirmish here, right?
Yep.
We have the Cambodian region going up against Chinese region of Hong Kong. And this Hong Kong strats, they really follow what is currently in the top tier meta. Meanwhile, Pro Esports, they are trying to cement themselves with quirky little picks. They already banned out the Mai Shiranui, and they also ban out the Diadea. That's banning out some of the drafts of the kind of a burst damage and kind of dive as well. So Diadea and Mai Shiranui, very mobile and very dive heavy as well. So they don't want someone to threaten their backlines here.
I mean, banning those two, it's not really, I won't call it synergetic bans per se, but the idea is very good catch for high frame heroes, which in the likes of Mai, right? Doesn't really say too much about their strats yet. It's not like seeing a Liang ban means you're going for higher mobility. Whereas on the flip side of Paws, Dharma, very good tier 1 ban, I'd say, because kind of really showing results in the Southeast Asia region where Dharma once picked, like what, 3 out of 5 games, really dominates. Arlie gonna be the second ban for Paws, kind of just shows that like maybe they've also been paying attention to how the qualifiers are like. they just don't want Arlie to win. And partially, usually the second picks in the Southeast Asian region, namely the red team, has mostly been coming up on top. I think they have been having a 60 plus or 57% extra win rate if you're going second pick.
And Paws already opening with a hot shot of an opener, right? Pei
Yep.
and Byron, we were just talking about this off stream, what they do together. Their combo is so strong to the fact that Byron, he can keep on fighting so much. And Pei, he loves team fights because he can join them from maybe half a mile away. Like, he can see you across the map and potentially leap in and join the team fight at the same time. Meanwhile, Pro Esports, though, they do have the control. Liang is very good at controlling Pei.
Yep.
And Lung, he does have that survivability with the infinite vastness.
So I like this coming out from Pro so far in terms of just being a response, because that goes to show that they're not really taking a lot of things objectively in terms of the aggression. They just want to protect their backlines first, right? So how do you wear out the likes of Paws Gaming's aggression and then turn the tides upon them? I'm very curious to see how that will develop, because now Paws, if they respond with the Lady Zhen, also a very good disengage hero, if I might say so myself.
Yeah, also a good disengage hero and also a very good zoner, right? In terms of controlling the jungle, enemy jungle, in terms of controlling enclosed areas, Lady Zhen really shines on top together with the Princess Frost, just having that crowd control. And of course, Pro Esports, they seem like they have a lot of sustainability now, but what I'm asking Pro Esports right now is, where's the damage, right? They still don't have that burst damage going in. They might go for the full sustain here, picking up something along the lines of a Yuhuan, but let's just see what they ban out first. They still don't want to have their backlines threatened. They ban out the Marco Polo.
So by backlines threatened, who can really jump back right now for Paws, right? So that's Pei, that's Byron. Once your backline is stunned, you are in danger of dying, no matter how tanky you might be first. If they can get past the Ogren. So I completely agree with what you're saying on their lack of damage, because right now they have a form of burst coming up from Lung for sure, but that's not sustained damage enough, right? You need something on the likes of like you probably might even go for an assassin jungler here just to match the tempo with Pei. I don't know what they're going for yet, but banning out the Princess Frost just means that what else is left open? You do have an Angela if you want to like break down Zhang Fei, in my opinion. And they could go Gun and Mo, but no, Gun and Mo is also banned out.
Yeah, Gun and Mo, Princess Frost, very good bans coming out from Paws Gaming because they know that the damage needs to come out from that mid laner.
Yep.
So now with that mage lane role being locked down, what's really available for them is going for maybe that fighter mid that we talked about, but no, they go in for that Angela. Actually, that shred damage is there. It's gonna be good, but still, there's a lot of skill shots, right? Involved with Angela that might not be able to land on the likes of the Pei. It's gonna be kind of lacking.
That's why the Liang comes into play, right? The power word suppression, it has to do work, and it's only to catch one hero, which is Pei. That's it. But to engage though, you're gonna have to rely on the Ma Yin to get into enemy backlines, kick people forward. But just to let you know, Paws also has really strong disengage. The Pei can climb walls, the Byron can, literally flick away if he wants to, and Shoye has his getaway. That's a very well-rounded draft coming up from Paws Gaming.
Yeah, Paws Gaming currently leading in terms of the draft, I would say, as definitely they do have very easy ways of initiation, execution of the draft as well. Their win conditions are very clear set. Unbridled Outburst can provide very good disengage coming from the Zhang Fei, handled by Feng Jie. Tinglin will be that late game scalability, that insurance factor if anything goes wrong. Meanwhile, for the side of Pro Esports, there's going to be a bit of a lack in power spike, right? Because for these heroes, they feel like, there's nothing gluing them together. So it's all on the hands of Lynx, who is going to be on that Ogren, who needs to glue them all together because he has that early game, mid game, and late game scalability.
So we've seen these Ogres going for these Dragon Rage these days. Not really a conventional item I like to see, but it works just because they want to both tank as well as do damage. Because right now, if you look at pros, they really, really lack that damage that you're talking about. So putting Ogren in that spot of needing to tank and do damage, he's going to have his work cut out for them. And it's too skill shot reliant. I'm curious to see how pros going to pull this out. But I agree with you. Paws, their drafting, superior.
Yeah, execution-wise, very easy, but now we head on into the gorge as we see Pro Esports going up against Paws Gaming in the first game of the regular season of the WKS Spring series. They're just fighting for points here to best of 3.
Absolutely. Starting things up, no funky lane swaps of any kind. Pretty much your mid is mid. Just support there, just trying to clear the waste as much as possible, just to move it out. A little bit of skirmish up at top, but pretty much it's just poke and prod.
Yeah, at this point in the early stages of the game, what I really want to see out of Paws Gaming is the invasion rate or the Pros Gaming defense for the invasions as well. Because when you're picking a lineup like this, when you have that pay in the Byron, you want to take away enemy resources. And you can see what Snow is trying to do, right? He's trying to feel out the top lane, looking for a point of entry for the rest of his team.
And then Zhang Fei also got the smite too. I don't know if he pointed out about that. So that will stifle Flying Ace's farm just a little bit, depending on the level of trade they do, right? So I'll convert this 1 minute 30 seconds in, just to, you know, just disturb a little bit on the farm lane side, but not too much happening. Still carrying lane, still taking objectives, still taking space.
Yeah, aggression, counter-aggression coming out from Pro Esports, actually very good, right? Just clearing out that farm lane creep as well, securing that advantage for Flying Ace. This is a micro win for them, but looking at Xiao Yang's position on the lane itself, he's trying to attempt something here. Luckily, the person to walk forward was Flying Ace. At this point, their point of vision needs to be the Augury, but Feng Jie might be in a bit of trouble. Able to disengage.
He's 100% protected, right? Zhang Fei's shield is gonna be so strong there, helping him out. And that's at least a 3-man gang.
Yeah, and already a top lane skirmish going through, but Byron able to land the damage down on Liang, but Liang, he's a Yin. He has the mobility, and now that I can see into a bit of Pro Esports game style, their late game damage is actually very reliant on Liang to one-shot most of the enemy heroes. He needs to be the one to find Feng Jie. He needs to be the one to find out where Myosotis is.
I'm just gonna say it, that Mayan is the only one that can disrupt. And half the time, if she doesn't whatever away in time, she's going to die, right? Because the amount of catch coming out from Paws is actually pretty crazy. Fortune suppressions and the stuns from the Byron can lock her in place if she times it incorrectly. On the invulnerability. So, and then if Lung ever gets his farm up, just say, then he might finally find a time to get his power spike.
Yeah, the power spike is going to be very important coming through from the side of Pro Esports. More so because they need that advantage to actually win them through the game. They do have that sustained team fight, but Paws Gaming, they just have a lot of damage within their kits. So this is going to mean they can secure the objectives easier at the 4-minute mark because they just have a lot of disrupt and mobility. At Angela, Lex, he's super important, but now he's getting picked off with Unbridled Outburst in the mid lane. First blood going to hands of Feng Jie, the worst possible target here.
Well, this kind of unfortunate for her. Wants to play Angela in the bush, but in the end, she's the one who gets scouted in the end. So it's a good first blood going the way of Paws Gaming. And this is actually not what you want, by the way, because you don't want to give Paws Gaming any form of lead, because every leaps and bounds they get ahead, they will literally take them out. With the first objective finally operated, and there's absolutely no way they can contest it. Your Angela is dead. You have 3-1 for Paws.
Tyrant
Yeah,
has
Flaming
been
Palm
defeated.
not able to find that snipe on that Tyrant at this point, but definitely Paws Gaming, they have a clear lead on the game. Byron is able to do so much right now, just able to bully out the Maheen, and that's going to be one of the key storylines of the game, right? Whether or not Liang can find that early entryway, that flank into the Paws Gaming backline. But at this bottom link here, they're able to stifle the farm down and force the infinite vastness out from Sakura.
Leaping Savior is so annoying. The amount of shields, man. So it just not only negates so much damage due to just preemptive fly. That's a big shot, by the way.
Team has slain an enemy.
Yeah, there's a lot of poke damage. You can tell with the rotation from Snow bringing him to that bottom lane. There's gonna be a lot of poke damage coming through from Feng Jie consistently at this point. And Pro Esports, at this point, they cannot respond. The only response that they have is the Augury, who has been invaded. He's already 1,000 gold behind the pay. And when you're 1,000 gold behind the pay at 5 minutes into the game, you're just gonna get melted down.
Not just that, the Shoryue is literally leading 800 gold as well. So that farm is literally going to be a problem for them moving into mid-game phase right now. It's already 5 minutes in. The tower is down already for farm inside Pros Gaming. I'm not sure even if top is down. Is top down yet? Hey, is hiding it? Yeah, it's also down.
Yeah, it's also down as well. I mean, with this, right, definitely they have that top bottom. They're going to go for this overload here, secure the vanguards for themselves, get that lane push in. And you can see the launchpad mechanics actually work in the favor of Paws Gaming right now. They're able to recall and come back in such heavy fashion. Feng Jie, he's in a bit of trouble in the bottom lane, getting chased out right now by Sakura. He might be falling here, and he does eventually go down.
That's great. Power suppression finally comes in, lands a very, very crucial kill. Feng Jie was getting out of control, so slight misstep for them, but I don't think they'll pay too much of a price. They still have a very, very significant lead. 4,000 lead to the entire team, in fact, right? So maybe the next neutral objective is going to be the one to skew the tempo. Because pros, they really, really need something going for them very soon, or they might lose.
Yeah, and this is something that we were kind of talking about before. How reliant are you on your ultimates? And I feel that for pro esports, there's this one ultimate, that's suppression. They're super reliant on it, right? Every time reliant, that suppression hits, you gotta get a kill. And if you don't, Paws Gaming, they're gonna fully take advantage of the timing.
Correct, and they can't really disengage in time, right? Because half the time when your organ is in, your path of passing, then you're pretty much almost committed in. Like if you're soaking like half of the enemy team damage, then where's your own? You're gonna worry about that.
And Liang is not gonna be long for life. He already used the flash, used the foam mobility as well. Able to miss that shot on Feng Jie and not able to land the secondary fire. Lanx, he will be able to get out with a hair's breadth. But the vanguards are coming in, and this mid turret is on the plate for Paws Gaming. They apply the pressure, and they find the control with the unbridled outburst. 2 members already down. Make that 3, as now they get the middle turret, they get the lane control, and they continue to apply the pressure. They're gonna choke out the jungle completely.
That was max range unbridled outburst connected into 2, so it's like what, maximum stun duration? Like the micro gameplay is just better. There's not much macro things to really break down in this game because Paws is just absolutely just outshining pros, everything in terms of just micro control of their own heroes.
Yeah, and if you take note of what Paws Gaming are doing correct here, is that early game entryway, right? They were limit testing a lot into the entryways of the jungle with the Byron because he's the key target to do that. And now they convert it into such a crazy lead because they take away so many resources. But now, pro esports, your only entryway is that suppression. They do find it on Snow, but that's the worst possible target. He's gonna be able to get it back up, and Feng Jie just snipes Liang down.
This is what I'm talking about, right? When your Mayin is in, then you're pretty much committed. If you can't whatever your way out just in time, you will die. Because your team can't really channel out the damage as much as they would like to, because it's too early in the game for them. They need farm.
Yeah, they need farm, and the great thing about Paws Gaming is they're not giving it to them right now. They continue to suppress. They continue to choke out. 2 members already down for pro esports. They want more here. Half and passing being used to defensively, but towers are going down, and so will the base of pro esports as Hey is on a rampage, and so is Paws Gaming as they secure the momentum with the first win of the day.
Dude, nothing is gonna stop Hey right now. We talked about the draft itself. It was fantastic. Before this broadcast, we talked about games potentially ending like sub 8-9 minutes. This is one that just ended 8 minutes and 40-something seconds. It's the tempo, right? They hit their power spikes, they just push, everything was great.
Yeah, of course. And it is still a best of 3, right? I'm still very looking forward to what pro esports have, but I felt that the draft was just a bit off. Maybe with the global ban pick incoming, they didn't draft their tier S bans. They didn't take away the correct heroes as well. They opted to ban a Mai Shiranui, and they opted to ban something else. And that's not really tier S. Meanwhile, for the side of Paws Gaming, they chose to ban out Arlie, and they chose to ban out another tier S hero, which is the Dharma. So that's going to be a very strong showing on how Paws Gaming understands the meta in terms of drafts as well. But looking at the itemizations here, just clean coming out from Paws Gaming.
If there was a graph, it is just exponentially going to the way of Paws. Pros never had a lead, never traded, in fact. So I was kind of thinking that, is there a way that they could just do sneaky plays, right? But all in all, you said Paws was limit testing, and they did it down to a T. Every jungle was invaded. The smite coming out from Qinglin as well put Flying Ace in such a deficit. Look at him. He is 0-0-0. He could not have any impact whatsoever. first item being Blazing Cape as well, because he realized he needed to be tanking up, not really doing damage. But I agree with the disconnect coming up from the draft. It doesn't come together for what Pros is doing, but on Paws side, every hero means something to the gameplay.
Yeah, I see what Pro Esports are trying to do. Yeah, they did have the countermeasures for the pay going in, for the jump going in, but there's a lot of layers of Paws Gaming. Their gameplay, right? Pay is not the primary initiator when it comes to this. They have a lot of push and pull. Byron could be the primary initiator. You don't want to use the suppression on a Byron. You saw what happened, right? He's able to get the shields, instantly respond his HP, and continue the fight. With Shoryue hitting from the back, that's gonna be a lot of damage poking through, especially if they have an advantage. They needed to see that extra layer, and Pro Esports feels like right now they're a bit lost in their drawing board.
Lost in the juice? Not too sure. I was kind of wondering whether or not sometime the Orgron would just show up in lane, right? Apply a little bit of pressure, because the Conductor of Souls does do damage as well, right? Early, just to push them back a little bit. But no, I feel like Paws has always been in the driver's seat, has never once deviated from the road, which is literally down the mid lane, and like sub 5-6 minutes in, the side lane tower is already down, just opening up the map a little more. So I feel like Pros has to really take this away and just try to figure out, if we can't defend against Paws, maybe we have to take the fight to them.
Yeah, and the MVP of the game will be going to the unknown man, the new member of Paws Gaming, Xiao Yang, provided they are all new. Paws Gaming is a new organization after all. But 109, 36% damage on the Lady Zhen, right? Usually we see these numbers on the mage, and these are telltale signs of a very good mid lane player. He's able to deal the damage while being safe at the same time. Not a single time was his passive pop, so his spacing was immaculate.
Absolutely, man. The fact that there's nothing to jump the Lady Zhen, I talked about the Mayin, but at no way Mayin had an opening, because if she jumps behind, there's no follow-up. The Zhang Fei is always going to be in front. The Shoryue is going to poke you down to death. So everything just glued and came together for Paws SG. And I feel like Xiao Yang did such a good job, because her follow-ups with the unbridled outburst from Zhang Fei was impeccable. We see those coming in with a minimum double kills every single time, and Paws had just really rolling all over Pros, and Pros could not respond.
Yeah, there's a lot of trust in his teammates, as well as you can see the synergy of skills. But right now, it's back to the drawing board for both teams, as we are going to head into the banning and drafting stages for Game 2 really soon. But let's just talk about the heroes that have been taken out of the pool, right? For Paws Gaming, that Pei Byron combo is not going to be able to be played. But meanwhile, if they want to play it, Pro Esports can actually put it to the test as well.
Yep. So I mean, not seeing these already coming out, right? So, but would they actually let the Dharma and Arlie out though? That is going to be interesting, because a lot of disruption is going to be difficult for them to trace and respond sometimes, because it's so like snap of a finger, right? It's pretty sudden. Whereas this comp that we're seeing here today, there is time to respond, and that's actually what Paws Gaming was reliant upon, because everything that Pros was trying to do, they can see it. They can see it coming from a mile away. So what's left on the table that they can bring to surprise Paws is the question.
Yeah, it's about adding that level of spiciness. It feels that they're not comfortable with the heroes that they're playing, right? Pro Esports, they're going too towards the meta and too towards reactionary. Where they drafted the Liang, I already started to feel the disconnect, because they drafted the Liang and the Ogren together. Rather or not, they could have drafted the Liang and that Princess Frost as a full combo. The suppression and Winter is Here is a very strong zoning tool for those team fights, but they did not do it. And yeah, it just feels like they wanted to go for something that's comfortable, but reacting to the opponent's draft at the same time. You can't choose a side, right? Now you got to pick a side and you got to go full on with it.
Actually, I kind of feel bad for them too. They did consider the Princess Frost, but actually Paws banned it. So they read very well into knowing what Pros Esports was trying to do. They knew they needed damage, and then they had to land out with the Angela? What? I almost said Angelica. But in reality, there's not much that's actually holding the teams in place, right? So if you look at the highlights, this is actually the first bird that got down. She wanted to get in line to actually snipe someone in the bush, because she's level 6, but she couldn't get a kill at that point.
At that time, the rotation is pretty evident that Biosotis and potentially Feng Jie will be going towards the mid lane because there's the mid lane pressure as well. But now you see the suppression on the Byron. Doesn't do anything at this stage of the game because that's the worst possible target. And Paws Gaming, they adjusted perfectly, right? They know that, yeah, you got the Liang 4-hour engage. Doesn't matter. Myosotis is gonna be at the back. He's gonna lay down the damage from the back because Pei has that mobility to do that.
That's the issue with being a Liang being a roam is that she lacks in farm most of the time. So you are only relying on one thing, and that's your suppression. Your walls, you have your zoning, sure, what else can do, but everyone can snipe in and out. So you have to be reliant on your Ogryn to exist in the fray. But the fact that he's 0-0 and 0 means that he either was being zoned out way too early in the game already, or he was just never there in the team fights in the first place. So there's a lot of things we can say what Paws did really, really well in that game, but we want to focus on pros for sure because they are already down 0-1 and we don't want to count them out just yet.
Yeah, I'm sure I want to see what they still have in their pockets. Now, this is match point coming in for Paws Gaming and in a very fast fashion already, right? It's very tough in this situation as a pro player when you know the enemy team is clearly better than you in controlling the map and controlling the draft picks as well. And this is a time where you start to rely on pocket strats, rely on things that only you can do. Now I want to see them pull out some of that Cambodian flavor from Pro Esports.
Cambodian flavors, gotta sprinkle that a little bit, give me some of that seasoning. You were saying some things along the lines of Southeast Asians, like really just throwing things into a fryer and just cook up a storm, right? So okay, break out of tradition. What do you think works in Southeast Asian strats for them?
Southeast Asia is known for their unpredictability, right? They're willing to try anything in any role. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of this esport in general. It's always evolving and it's always metas against metas. And you don't know when you're creating a meta. And that's what Southeast Asians always do, right? They're always creating. They're always finding new ways to implement themselves into the game, cement a new meta. And that's why we see in so many different titles, so many different games, in HOK itself, they always kind of come out as a bit flavorful. I would say flavorful, right?
Do you think we might see the Jing here even after the rework? Because I am like curious to see how that's gonna work out. I'm not too familiar yet. That patch just dropped like yesterday. So along the signs of even Gui Guzi, sometimes we seen a big buff coming out from him, but only seen him once, I think once or twice in qualifiers. So lane swaps, right? Can we see some funky rank things coming out here in competitive? That's curious as well.
Lane swaps are actually more common than you think. So actually, they what you said, I really like. Lane swaps would have worked for pro esports, right? If you think about it, if Mayin was on the farm lane and didn't get controlled down by the Byron and was able to secure much more farm in the early stage of the game, would it have meant a different power spike for Mayin? Would it have meant that in the 4-minute stages of the game, she would have been much more comfortable to jump the back lines? This would have meant that Angela could have sustained more damage in the team fights as well. So I really like what you said. Those lane swaps might actually be key to winning against Paws Gaming here.
You're actually right. Remember we started I'm thinking like the farms were there, the clashes were there as well. There was not much lane swaps going on. It's just the farm in the mid, clearing out, and then they just rotated to their lanes. So by pros, having that early lane swap would actually force the Zhang to come down a little earlier, right? And just keep them there for a little bit. Because your win condition is not Ma Yin. Your win condition is your marksman. So you need to give your marksman the kind of farm in which where I felt that the Lung suffered a little bit. You didn't see those flaming palms really do too much in team fights per se, right? So we can definitely talk a lot about this. It's going to be interesting how they bring out game number 2, because redrafting is one thing. How do you lane them is another thing, because if we haven't seen conventional drafts as often, sometimes you might not be too familiar with the matchups.
Yeah, and for those of you that are unfamiliar with what's going on right now, we're talking about the global bans of picks, right? We're talking about you have already expanded your first draft. So that means for the rest of your series, you're unable to pick the heroes again. You will not see Ogryn coming out from Pro Esports? Yeah. Pro Esports, they will not be able to use Augur. Mayin is out of the question. So no more Mayin mids, no more Angela. So they have to look at a completely new draft, especially with that Lung being expended for them. That Infinite Vastness is a super good tool. Why Lung is such a top meta pick currently is because there's an ability to just get out. There's an eject button on this guy. You click Infinite Vastness, you're out. And you can join the team fight with your flash back anytime.
Oh, some people don't even remember, but rejoining when your dragon touches down is crazy. There's a 1 second fear, by the way. I feel like a lot of people just think Lung's out as an escape, but using it to initiate, like I just come in like halfway across the map sometimes in my games. And being able to land that fear in time can turn a team fight around just like that, right? Because your team is already locking your enemy in place. So I feel like sometimes Lung is underutilized, but also a lot of people might think he's weak. But in competitive, there's a reason why he exists in team fight, not just because of his mobility, but because of his poke. Like Lung has one of the strongest pokes in Honor of Kings so far, and the fact we don't see it coming up from Pros Esports already, they have to start, reverting around. You want to go for the Direnjies, right? Are they comfortable with their own in Lady Sun, for example, as another S tier pick, right?
Yeah, and definitely I feel that Paws Gaming, they've done quite a lot of homework, right? Now in the lower third, you can see all the heroes that they have picked. They cannot pick these heroes again. So definitely we're looking at Lady Sun gone for the side of Paws Gaming. That's going to be a huge sign of relief. But Pro Esports, they got to know, right? In Lady Sun, when we talk about replacing Lady Sun, in that middle lane, we always think about the Princess Frost, whether you ban that out for yourself. And especially if Pro Esports, they want to adopt this pay Byron combo, they have to think about banning out the Liang and the Princess Frost. But what does that mean? It means the Arlie and Dharma are still in the pool. So there's a lot of combinations there. Arlie is super good with Dachel because why? Sea of Fate, and you can go with the Umbrella. Oh man, there's a lot of mind games being played right now. And this is the point of time where the coach is thinking, what combo is the other team gonna play?
Well, combo is one thing, right? But I always have a saying where I like it when a plan comes together. Right? When it shows on cam, we can really talk about it because we have got vision. So if you see it unfold, then it will be a delight for the audience. You saw the draft on our bottom screen earlier, right? Where you saw Paws and Pros like team fight again. So for you guys who just tuned in, we just witnessed game 1 against these two teams where Paws Gaming did come out on top. And we are back into the game now with the second drafting phase. You said it was match point already. I'd say it's Pro Esports going to try to make a comeback for that 2-1, sorry, in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to come back hard. In terms of mechanical gameplay alone, Paws Gaming, they have a clearly better understanding of the map, of the enemy resources, right? I need to see more Pro Esports trying to manipulate that. In terms of invading the enemy jungle, defending when your jungle gets invaded, those rotations coming out of Pro Esports from the Liang, I just felt that they were lacking. They just parked the Liang down on that bottom lane, and yeah, that was the end of the entire 4 minutes for me. So Pro Esports, they gotta work on these strategies, they gotta work on these synergies.
So when it comes to a game of Honor of Kings, there are a lot of boxes you gotta tick, right? It's not just like, clear out jungle, clear out mid, do a little bit of invade. There are a lot of things that you have to take in order to force your opponent to react to it. So in a way that Paws Gaming played last game, they had all boxes ticked and none of them were, left unturned basically. Whereas Pros Esports, they were struggling to even get a single box tick. They had no jungle invades, they had no big gangs to get kills, nothing. It's all reactionary, and the only kills that they got was actually the Shoyue down at the bottom on the 2-man gang. So they were lacking in certain departments, but now let's see if they can come back because they did manage to get their hands on the Arlie.
Yeah, the Arlie being over there for the side of Pro Esports, Paws Gaming, they have the potential to deny it here, right? To deny the Dachel pick, going with the Mayin and Dachel. I mean, that's still a pretty potent combo. The ability to dive in from anywhere with the Eye of the Whirlpool being set up. Because Dachel, you can forfeit your own life to actually set up the Eye of the Whirlpool behind the enemy team, and suddenly you have a Mayin just wreaking havoc in your back lines. But they go for the Mai Shiranui combo instead, that dive and true combo coming out from Paws Game.
If it's Mayin and Mai, is it just called Mayin? it's just a combo, right? Like now you have to really watch your backline. Sometimes even the Arlie's umbrella ain't gonna get you out. You have to keep your eyes peeled on the map. And then they managed to get their hands onto the Byron this time around. I want to see how this comes together because we saw the disconnect in game number 1. Having a Zhang Fei would be fine in terms to soak up the front line a little bit, cause a little bit of commotion with the slashes around. So whereas I almost wanted to talk about this, the Dune we did not see last game in terms of being picked or banned. I'm very surprised it actually slipped through.
Yeah, I mean, Dune, one of the strongest picks right now, that Unruly Blade, able to deal so much damage, having such a low cooldown as well. And Paws Gaming, they're looking to ban away those assassin jungles because there's still a lack of damage coming out for Pro Esports, right? If you think about the burst damage, who's it from, right? There is potentially a Princess Frost. You can pick it for yourself, but with no Liang, do you want to pick it? Yeah, Gun and Mo, maybe perhaps.
I hate it though because like it's so susceptible to these type of like snipes coming out from Paws Gaming. So usually when you don't ban a hero, it means that you have to be very comfortable in counteracting it. So I feel like Paws could actually go head to head with a Gun and Mo if it comes out. After all, it's not really the best going up against a Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, and Paws actually take out the Yi Xing, fearing the fact that, yeah, the Yi Xing with the board, you can actually set up very well the Zhang Fei Unbridled Outburst. That's a very strong combo as well. With the Byron, you just fight there infinitely. But now Pro Esports, they already take out the Dolia, Liang, and the Diadia, right? What else do you want to take out? Because you've taken out 3 of the best roamers that potentially that Paws Gaming could play. So if they're gonna like just put the nail in the coffin, they can take out another roamer, but they take out Yi Renjie.
Okay, so what's left there? Tie-in? That I don't think you want to go for anything like that for now. You could consider Sakir is still up.
Yeah,
Sakir works very well for Paws actually.
Actually, Sakir works very well for Paws, but knowing their lineup, they are going to need a secondary frontliner or a Daqiao. Like either or, the repositioning, I think it's really good. Or if you want to go really spicy here, right? Paws Gaming, they can actually pick up a Lian Po, they can pick up a Kui. Like even a Kui, like it's so good against Pro Esports because all they want to do is jump at you, and if you drag the Byron out of position, suddenly it looks like a different team fight.
I'd never imagined you saying Kui, but it makes a lot of sense though. It's gonna be some skill shot involved in this already, which would make pros kind of like scutter in their feet because like if you see a Kui, you just don't want to be hooked, right? The late gen finally does come out for them. That kind of like just, we're looking at a repeat of Paws Gaming, but this time in terms of pros. Let's see if they can replicate that. And we see a Hansen coming out. What?
Your favorite hero, right? Your favorite hero coming out, Hansen, on the jungle. A bit lacking in terms of damage and mobility. There are better top tier picks. I felt like for Pro Esports, they would deal better with a Kaiser. Like having that control immunity, very important against the Dun because you can access the backline so easily, right? Lady Sun, Mai Shiranui, Mayin. If you think about it, there are glass cannons. And if you're able to access the backlines, well, they looked at Hansen to access the backlines. I mean, it might be a crucial mistake here for Pro Esports.
I might agree with you because sometimes if you can't access the backline, you just double down on the front to back, right? Your Zhang Fei can't really soak up in front too much looking at the burst coming from Paws sometimes. So, well, I can only see how this works out. I feel like that draft is better this time round, but is it enough to at least tie up the games right now?
Yeah, what's very important is going to be Qinglin's and Feng Jie's rotation in the early stages of the game, right? Whether or not they can match the rotations coming out from Lynx and Liang. Because Liang, he needs a lot of farm. Feng Jie, he reaches his power spike with his first item a lot sooner. As long as Lady Sun has a Blade of Eternity or a Shadow Ripper, it's enough to deal enough burst damage for the mid stages of the game. Mai Shiranui and Mayin, they also have a power spike around that 6-minute mark. So with that 6-minute mark, they're going to be looking for the enemy.
We didn't talk about the Koi Kuti, by the way. Oh, action.
Oh yeah, ready. First blood being picked up. And this is exactly what I was saying, right? Those early game rotations, very important. And they placed themselves to win. That lane swap coming through for the wrong team, Paws Gaming. They implemented the lane swap already. Byron out of the map.
Okay, well, is it actually lane swap though? No, they're conventional lanes. It's Paws Gaming that did the lane swap, right? Or
Yeah. Paws Gaming
so-
put Lady Sun on top.
That's great. I love it. Resulted in the first kill, and this Guiguji is gonna be a pain in the neck for this Paws Gaming right now.
Yeah, the thing I don't love about the Guiguzi is that you do have to go in, but now with Xiao Yang overextending here, does have the flash, could not pop it in time. And that's going to be a great counter kill. And Pro Esports, they need to respond, right? They need to keep up the momentum. Lady Sun going in, Feng Jie, he senses blood in the water. Sakura falling low, finally gets the trade, flashes away. And what spectacular gameplay, micro sense coming out from Feng Jie here.
That's really good, considering the fact it was almost like a 1v2 situation and he got the kill, right? So, good stuff. Still looking to turn the tides around.
Yeah, it's gonna be easy 1-2 clap coming out from Feng Jie. He finds the enemy Zhang Fei so out of position. Micha, I mean, where were you, right?
This one thing is like, they are really trying to replicate what Paws Gaming did game 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of counterplays coming through, but Liang in a lot of trouble. My Sodas does have that unholy blade already, and already level 5. It's gonna be a very hard factor to deal with. The Dun is snowballing so much.
Look at that, even the Lady Sun is joining team fights already. That's how ahead they are, sub 2 minutes into the game. Look at that, they just caught the Byrons. Overextending is one thing, but like the Mai is so mobile, coming in just from the back, and there's so many ways to jump into the backline of Pros Gaming right now that they are literally in disarray.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about, right? When you drafted Zhang Fei, you lack that early game damage. Where's your early game damage coming from? And now with this early game draft coming out from Paws Gaming, they scale very well. Their rotations in terms of utility, cooldowns, it's always so clean because each one of them, they can traverse through terrain, every single one of their cores.
Now I'm so worried, right? Because we wanted to give Pros a chance here. So like, yeah, Pros, they picked the Paws lineup literally like last game, but they can't replicate it. There's so many things that Paws Gaming is just doing to shut them down right now. Haven't seen those invade. We saw it once from Zhang Fei, but yeah.
Yeah, but later scaling, they do have it. But Liang, he is in no man's land here. Tingye comes in for that finish on the Guiguzi and does find it. Liang gets taken out, man. And already Feng Jie, he might be in a bit of trouble here. But the rest of the team members, I mean, they are in position and he's just hugging the turret.
There's one more thing scarier than a Lianpo just tremor smashing his way in is that the Guiguji just on a roller coaster just coming at you. And that is literally what happened up at top, right? There's no way that the Byron can get out. He's old, what, an 0-2 or 0-3 right now? Like before like 4 minutes of the game. It's not looking good. And still wrapped.
And already Hansen not able to find that target. He became the victim himself. Liang in a bit of trouble himself. But now, with that top lane being pressured down, what they did was proxy the wave so well that they had the vision on the top lane. Now Guiguzi, he's doing the same on the bottom lane. They're forcing the vision and they're keeping their eyes on the enemy locations, making sure that they're kept hostage in the lane so that you can invade the jungle. And that's Paws Gaming's MO here, right? Take away enemy resources and keep eyes on the enemy at all times. So well done.
Resources is one thing, but I think a lot of players don't realize is how important vision actually is. And sometimes you have to do face checking. And to safely face check, you got good heroes, mobile heroes like Guiguzi. Look at that, another initiation.
And ready, the ultimate being popped on the bottom lane. Arlie going out of the map, and Micha, the only one alive, gets taken out. He will not be long for life here as the tire buff is already up on Paws Gaming. They're gonna fully utilize this. That's full 90 seconds of the tire buff.
I feel like that's not. We can't catch a break. There's more initiation. That's the lady something popped in, and mine just takes it out on a rampage already too.
Yeah, definitely Hansen is trying to respond in the middle lane, but he gets taken out by Guiguzi. We see the replay, yes, but there's a double kill that was happening, and that was on the back of Snow, who is able to dive turrets now. This is a crazy power spike before that 6-minute mark. They got so inflated in terms of having that net worth. Now they reach and 1 minute earlier.
No way, right? Yeah, you talk about the 6-minute power spike here. I can't get a word in here, man. Everything is just crumbling now for Pros Esports. They can't get footing. Every time they take a step front, they just slip up. It's like the floor is made of ice.
Yeah, the floor is made of ice indeed, and you would think that Lady Sun would be happy that the floor is made of ice, but she's walking on eggshells, and look at that already. The team is just coming together on the bottom lane as the rest of Pro Esports, they just fall double kill going into the hands of Xiao Yang here as Paws Gaming, they continue to threaten the enemy jungle. Now, with Unruly Blade, they actually found out where Flying Ace was. I thought he might be safe, but my Shiranui gets taken out. Finally, an answer for Pro Esports, but it's not for long as Liang, he's in no man's land once again. Paws Gaming, they make this look like a complete masterclass of just dominating when they're ahead.
I think we're just underestimating the amount of displacement that's coming up from Paws. You have Mayan kicking you away, you got Wei Guizu that's pulling you. So you're gonna find yourselves in unfavorable positions. So anytime that you try to place yourself for an ambush, and all towers pretty much are almost down already. 216, 7 minutes into the game. This is, like you say, it's a masterclass being an understatement. This is literally peak gameplay from Paws.
Yeah, Paws Gaming, what they did really well, right? The farm priority onto the Lady Sun at the top lane. Getting that first blood, it's the snowball for everything. And now we do have that effect of the snowball in that bottom lane. It really carried over. Arlie couldn't fight Lady Sun because she had one item, one little single item ahead of her, just 300 net worth ahead. And now you can't lane against Lady Sun. But we did see a spectacular micro display coming out from as well. Now, with this turret, Snow just flashes in, finds the kill by Shiranui, able to take out the Arlie as well. Rest of the team members collapse in Pro Esports. They do fall like flies as Liang is unable to do anything. Does find a shutdown on his Snow, but 3 members are in the crystal right now as Paws easily take it out. Game 2 and the series will go to Paws Gaming.
Congratulations, very, very clean plays coming out from Paws Gaming. I do say so myself. They had mobility, they had poke, they had dive, they had everything going on for them. So I feel like, once again, they ticked off all the boxes, even though that Pros Gaming had a better draft this time round, but they just can't get it online. Like I said, if you pick a lineup, you gotta be comfortable to not only how to execute it, but also to overwhelm your opponent. And I feel like Paws Gaming, even though they switched it up, I feel like they were very, very comfortable knowing what they're going up against.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Paws Gaming, you said it yourself, right? It's a masterclass. It's definitely one of the key moments for them, just translating little victories into the bigger war, right? They know the bigger perspective and they know how they're going to get there. It's not just about the end goal. They know about the steps they're going to take. And if you take a look at how Funk did itemize, he went for the Axe of Torment first. Now, usually you see in other global stages where you go for the Shadow Ripper first, but Axe of Torment first on Lady Sun. Why? Because you want to cement that early game, and that early game itemization, that Axe of Torment also coming out for Snow. What does that do? That's a lot of burst damage. They can't frontline you anymore. Liang is not a threat.
Yeah, and also like I think Axe of Torment also gives a little bit more defense, so in case you get initiated upon, you have a little bit more survivability, whereas you're more of a glass cannon if you go to Shadow Ripper. So I actually do like Axe a little better here, and not to say that she really needed help, right? Because lineup wise, she was already lane swapped in the first place. She would do very well against Arlie because Lady Sun is a natural counter against Arlie in the first place too. And Sakura, she got like what, the one Doomsday, and then every one of Paws started mass pushing. She had no place to farm, no place to move. She was forced to respond with the team and then just stifled her entire farm and the entire reason of why you pick an Arlie in the first place.
Yeah, and Liang was trying to do his best, right? We saw him trying to macro up in the top lane, getting that lane pressure in. But Paws Gaming, your response was quick. What was your response? Bringing Myosotis towards that back line. Dune really counters out what the Byron's movements abilities are, right? With the Unruly Blade, you're able to lock him down so much, and you're just able to just bring yourselves into the team fight as well. Looking at the goal graph, it's just that same story again.
This is more gradual for sure, but as the first game, there were a little bit of spikes. So by spikes, meaning that at one point, Paws Gaming was still, you know, just taking things a little slow, and then they finally just peaked. Whereas this one, they were just gradually peaking, meaning that every jungle was taken, every kill was substantially in order, you know, like there's been no times that they let any form of objectives go into the way of pros. So I feel like the drafts this time around was top tier again. We talk about drafts a lot, but in terms of like micro gameplay as well, actually I had to give it up for Gui Guzi. His way of getting vision and his way of initiating, his stance was landing up peak on point. Every time he goes invis, he gets one kill.
Yeah, Tinglin on the Guiguzi is going to be a threatening factor, right? Teams need to start knowing that this man enabled Feng Jie to be the MVP. That early first blood, that trio gank on the top lane, followed into the snowball microplay he used with the advantage. 1v2 on the bottom lane, able to pick up the early, and then found someone else, the Zhang Fei, right? Micha out of position. This lady's son, Feng Jie, he is playing at the peak right now.
I think a lot. Sorry, I'm gonna laugh for a little bit because I just realized Paws Gaming also really fully sent on the offense, right? Because Gui Guzi is such an offensive support. I love offensive support, similar to like Sakir. Whereas like on pros, you got a Zhang Fei who's a little bit more on the defensive side, right? So once they're in their faces, they have to either respond by killing them or backing off. So half the time when Paws is in their face, it forces pros to just back off, which leaves a lot of room for Paws to just move around. So that's why I said like Gui Guzi doing so much work, moving up jungles, scouting out the enemy heroes where they are, just giving Paws Gaming the information on where they should be moving next. And right now with the ladies on here, 6-0 and 4, it's never to say that she was ever in any form of trouble. She was very, very safe at all times.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this micro skill coming out, right? 1v2, able to flash in, no, able to jump in, right? And then flash out, finding Micha out of position, clearing out with Tinglin. And now, with that, Liang going for that micro play, that macro play on that top lane, forcing the wave in against Snow. That's the proper thing to do. But Paws Gaming, their response was so good.
Oh yeah, movement, everything is so good as well. You can see on the screen here, right? Like the way they move, the way they communicate, you can see that that's why they're in, like, you know, their comms are top tier. Every time they move in, they're in as a unit. Whereas at one point they got, you know, they disengage together. So even though they get like sometimes just one kill off, but they always get traded in return here. So half the time where when pros gaming, they go in, but they're so discombobulated. Like, where is your allies? Where is your damage? We realize, yes, pros gaming is lacking in damage. We talked about this in the draft already, and this is why they're showing that they are paying the price.
Yeah, and definitely I can see what they were going for, right? The counter plays coming out with Unbridled Outburst, but they weren't ready for the level of burst that Paws Gaming had. When your teammate is dead and you pop Unbridled Outburst, what does it do? You're just a sitting duck in that back line. And that's the lack of damage that we were talking about. It just came to bite them in the back, and it was just an easy win for Paws Gaming. Well drafted by them. They're definitely one to watch. One of the top contenders in the WKS regular season.
Not only ones to watch, but there's a lot of things you think you guys can actually pay attention to for drafting as well, because every hero that is picked, there's a reason, and that's why it's called a role, right? So I feel like they showed every single thing they were trying to do. The farming was good, they carried forward to the late game, they controlled early game to actually get those early towers, they get the movements, they get the vision, and then it just stifled pros out of their resources. So I think very, very well played. It was a clean 2-0, and right now Paws will just move forward. A big congratulations.
Yeah, and in the next match, right, we're gonna see Team Max going up against Fearless Esports Hong Kong. So we're gonna have that same storyline, Cambodia versus Hong Kong once again. And for Team Max, I'm pretty sure that they have much more in their pockets than Pro Esports.
Well, like I said, a lot of Cambodian representatives, I'm sure that a lot of them will be trying to bring the heat onto the table. Will this going to be another clean 2-0? We're not too sure yet. But hey, starting off day one with two games, Cambodia versus Hong Kong, man. I can't ask for anything better. Just saying.
Yeah, it's gonna be a banger of a series. You're gonna see top contenders perform as well. And of course, we're still very early on in day one. So you're gonna see the power levels adjusting towards the team. There's a lot of micro adjustments to be made in these kind of round robin series, right? For Pro Esports, they might not have won today, but they have learned from how Paws Gaming plays, and they might adopt it in their strategies as well. Fixing their mistakes is also one of the measures in becoming a top contender in esports.
well, making their way to top 8 here in the WKS Spring season is actually no small feat, right? So they are here for a reason, and they're going to be playing with the big boys. So we're going to take a short break real quick, though, just to set up game number 2. So please don't go anywhere, because it's Xeno Viper and Moment going to be bringing you more WKS after this.
Steam!
Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Excuse me.
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited. Hit 'em hard!
All right, for the second game, second series, we're gonna have Fearless Esports Hong Kong going up against Team Max from Cambodia here. And now, I mean, definitely both of them, we want to see the same storyline, right? It's gonna be Cambodia versus Hong Kong. When the metas clash, what's going to happen? But what we saw in the first game didn't look too good for Cambodia. Now, Team Max, they're here to avenge that. Now, Team Max, there's a little bit of, a different storyline. They're splashed with a different bit of flavor. They have a Malaysian coach, and they do have a Malaysian player as well. Joe Fong, he is a Malaysian mid laner, so they have that Nova Esports energy, that kind of Malaysian energy, the winner energy. And I'm looking forward to see what Fearless Esports have from Hong Kong as well. Yeah, and for Fearless Esports as well, they have a lot of members in that draft where, I'm not too sure whether they're going to use their main roster or their other roster as well, because for them, they do have Sing Lin, who is apparently from KPL Growth League as well. So Sing Lin, he's a very scary top laner, scary clash laner, and one of the members to watch. And in any league, right? Anyone with KPL experience, when you enter a league, you have a cut above the rest. So this is something that I'm fearing, right? Fearless Esports, they are already ahead in terms of stats theory alone. And I feel that Team Max, they are struggling. They're going to struggle to catch up.
Oh, well, I'm back, guys. I'm so sorry about that. But just letting you guys know, at least if Team Max has a little bit of fighting chance because of the Malaysian coaches, I'm all up for it because a lot of representation is still needed from Cambodia, and going up against Fearless, who, by the way, is going to bring the fight to the table. They have shown great promise in the qualifiers itself, and understandably, the drafts can be a little bit scary. And basically, Max, though, I feel like we haven't seen them on camera just yet as well. So would it bring something super unorthodox, or would it be bringing something that's more staple? But the difference is they can actually execute it. I'm so curious.
Yeah, execution is going to be key for both teams, as we are going to look at the members of Team Max, right? Kashimo on that clash lane, Bins going into the jungle, Joe Fong, the Malaysian player, in that mid lane, Chigiri on the farm lane, and Hatashi will be on the roam role.
Yep, so actually very great looking people. Sorry, it's the first time talking about aesthetics, right? But sometimes it also brings forward the confidence, the showmanship itself. A lot of people don't realize that in a game of like esports, sometimes the entire team's presence, when you grace the stage, is all about that kind of energy. So still, like I said, curious to see how they want to bring it up. Whereas when we're going to see forward Fearless Hong Kong, they're going to be a bunch of people who are ready to literally take the stage.
Yeah, and for Fearless Esports Hong Kong, surprisingly, for the Clash lane, they will be using Fable, and jungle lane, it will be Sky, Yin in that mage lane, new to the team, KK as well, farm lane just joining for this wildcard spring series, and of course, we have Woodwind in that roam role, having all their teams backs.
Oh, you're saying that Fearless was different? Oh no, they just swapped the Clash over to Fable. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you still think they have their priority? We were talking a little bit off camera that their drafting is a little different compared to a lot of other teams. Do you say so?
I would say Fable is no slouch when you compare him to the likes of Sing Lin as well. Of course, they have been playing in the same team, so they have been learning from each other. But Fable, he has a lot of different strengths when it comes to the clash lanes as well. He has a lot more versatility though, so we might actually see him playing maybe a Miyue in the clash lane as well, because he's known for doing that.
Oh god, now we're down the rabbit hole of unorthodox picks, right? But we just talked about that for Team Max, but for Fearless Hong Kong, I would be surprised if they pull a rabbit out of the hat. because it's not something that's on their character. So if Team Max is not expecting this, it will throw them into a loop. But that's the beauty of esports. That's the beauty of having 5 players, because not only you can swap the people around, you can swap those heroes around.
Yeah, and for those of you that did not catch up on what we're doing right here, this is the WKS Spring series. This is the best of 3. We are already in the second series of the day. We had already that Hong Kong taking that first series of the day. Paws Gaming looking like they are the top contenders for now. And with that, we see already, I think it was... what was the other team? Pro Esports that was down 0 versus them, and they were not having a good time. But of course, they do take the strategies, they learn as well. Day 1, a lot of power rankings are going to be settled here.
Oh, it's also important to remind you guys about the format of this WKS Spring series, right? It is round robins of what we're going to see here for the first few games until at least 1st of June. We have 8 teams. Bottom 2 will be eliminated in terms of points, whereas the top 6 will be moving forward. Of course, top 2 gets better seed, okay? And of course, what's the ultimate prize for this? It's not just the US dollars that you'll be earning, but it's a chance to represent in KWC. One single slot.
One single slot, and these 8 teams are vying for it, right? 6 teams will be making it to playoffs. Bottom 2 will be out of playoffs. Now, with the ban and draft being underway, do note that this is a global ban pick, if you see on the bottom side of the screen. So definitely both of them want to conserve their picks, but it's only a best of 3, so you want to expend as much as possible.
Oh, Pei being banned out first again. Is that respect ban? I wouldn't see a lot of Cambodians running it first up, but they realize the impact it could be, so being safe to just really ban it out first, I think. And then having a Jing first ban is also very interesting, because they did see that. I don't really see Jing in the qualifiers though, because Fearless they went for a bit of a Luna, I guess. Okay, yeah, they had one Jing, so fair ban. I feel like that's more of a respect ban rather than a meta ban, I'd say. But they will get their hands on the second better jungle that has been terrorizing Southeast Asia, and that is Luna.
Yeah, on paper, right? Actually, Jing is better than Luna, because Jing in the KPL is the highest tier of assassin jungle, right? The ability to have that reflection, that mirror domain, you can actually zone out so many members of the opponents with just that one ultimate alone. So that's something that they are looking to avoid, because especially if you're going to pick up a Lady Zun, this completely highlights the fact that you're going to pick up a Lady Zun, you want that Jing out of the map, because you want to set up the zone, but if the zone is taken away by the mirror domain, that's suddenly not a good game to play for Team Max.
Yeah, actually, that's fair game. A lot of people realize that, oh, she's squishy, she's gonna die. But you guys need to understand, this is high-level gameplay, in which there are a lot of ways that the team can back you up in order for you to just slice and dice. So, speaking of the drafts coming up, Max, we are seeing some semblance of this coming up, the same like Pros Esports. They have the Mayin Lung and the Lady Zhen. So far, not really subscribing to the damage department just yet. We need to see a support that would gel all of this together. Okay, that's a Mankey though. What do you feel about that one?
Oh, I think this is a really good pick coming out from Team Max here. Mankey with the Dream Roam actually has that early scalability, able to just invade as well. Now with the roam options that they have, they can actually go for the Zhangfei here if they wish to do so, right? That Unbridled Outburst comboing together with the Dream Roam, together Lady Zhen, sounds extremely good on paper. But look at what Fearless Esports have drafted for themselves, Marco Polo and the Angela. That's a lot of early to mid-game burst damage as well. They are looking to burst down that Mankey, and they are playing this right. Would win on Marco Polo, he needs to buy the Starbreaker first.
Okay, it's just more of the follow-up coming out from FE, right? Because the only one that has a reliable stun is going to be Dharma. Whereas everyone's going to be on that follow-up. The Angela could do some reliable zoning. It's a well-composed lineup to say. Not to say my favorite. The Marco Polo could be... I feel like it could be something better, but I think it's still fine. Whereas on Fearless side though, having the having the Zhang like you actually predicted will actually seal it out, because you need people to just get into the face of Fearless, right? So Zhang and Mankey does well in that department, whereas Lady Zhen could be safe in the distance just to throw out those skill shots and forcing them back.
Yeah, you need a sustainable amount of peel coming out for Team Max. If you're going with the Lady Zhen, you already know their cores, right? Lady Zhen, Ma Yin, and Lung are gonna be the core. Mankey and Zhang Fei, they do a great job of peel. They have a lot of disruption in the team fights, but Fearless Esports, they're prepared for that. With the Angela, what you're looking forward to do is trying to burst people down before the team fight even starts. And that's gonna be a lot on the Luna as well, because that's a follow-up damage. Now, I really like what you said about the lack of lockdown, right? Dharma's the only lockdown with the truth mantra. Now that's gonna be very interesting.
So I kind of like just thinking that both these mages actually do require a lot of farm to become viable, especially Angela, right? Because most of the damage comes from Raging Brilliance. She needs to shut down the Mankey and the Zhang Fei in time before they can get their ultimates up. So can FE lock down Max in this aspect? Oh, I'll just cut it out real quick. The Dharma almost catching up the Mayin there. Will get away in time, but with the jump pads coming in, I feel like that's a cheat code.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It is going to be fully utilized by the teams right now, right? Definitely with jump pads, you get a different look at the gameplay, but if you look at what is available right now, that's a gift code, ladies and gentlemen. You can actually put that in the perk center, that CD key that you see in the perk center. You input a code, you can potentially get up to an epic skin.
Yeah, screenshot that right now, go to perk center, key it in, guys. It is free, courtesy of Team E Studios and Level Infinite. Here you go. A lot more coming along the way to the latest of the game, as well as the tournaments.
Yeah, it's gonna be a day of giving and of course a day of good games as well. Now we do see both teams still posturing for positions. They are neck and neck in terms of net worth, right? And this is what I really like out from Team Max's draft, because they have that early gaming scaling ability. If they're able to get Chigiri into a comfortable position with that first item, it's gonna be good. But now,
oh yeah, that's Mankey being caught out in the jungle. There are very, very good rotations coming in from Fearless. They will lock down First Blood, but is it enough to keep them up forward? I think it should be. Like I said, I like Fearless draft. Only lacking in terms of the lockdown, but if their skill shots land, they are literally a force to be reckoned with. Still down, a lot of more damage in on the favorite Barrage. We actually land out onto the Zhang Fei. Infinite Vassals will be popped, so he will be fine. That's the power of the get out of jail free card.
yeah, the eject button full utilized from the likes of Chigiri here on the bottom lane. But definitely, yeah, a bit about the mid fight, right? That tempo was completely shut down. We were saying that they are even in terms of net worth, but who's the person you want to shut down? And that's going to be the main key, because you are going to secure that early game stage. You're going to secure that mid game stage as well, because you are the jungler. You get the highest ability to play mid. Now the second option is going to be on Kashimo on that Mayin. So now I'm predicting that Fearless Esports, they're going to set their sights potentially on the top to mid stages of the map. Not going to be too much on Chigiri anymore.
Yeah, we haven't seen much action up on top either, and we haven't seen Luna coming in too much of a fight. She's still taking a lot of time to manage her resources. After all, Luna, very mana dependent, sometimes can't really fight well without blue buff, and she has both right now, so maybe this could be a prime time for a good team fight, we'll see.
Yeah, now Mankey, he does have both abilities available and does have both buffs as well. But Luna is doing such a great job of just invading the enemy jungle that there is a lot of resources being taken away consistently, right? If you take a look at the net worth fleet, it's 2,000. And that's not just based off of one kill. It's based off of enemy resources being funneled in to Fearless Esports right now. And now they're going to make use of that.
Yep. Going in with the new moons, just trying to zone out this Mankey a little bit, and we talk about the positionings too. If you're invading the enemy jungle, you could be coming out from places that your enemy won't expect you to. So you got to be very, very careful with this. And now for the objective up already, they are looking for the initiate though. On the Mankey getting stunned up here, of course. Umbrella Outburst is ready for commission if you wanted to. And I think Sorrow, okay, we'll keep her up alive just in case, but the Tyrant is dropping very low though. Pretty scattered team fight right now. Okay, it's finally Zhang Fei who will actually snipe it out, thanks to his little smite that he has there. But still, also landing a kill onto Woodwind is pretty good. I'd say that is a good team fight for Max.
Yeah, Max potentially could have been a disaster, but they came back. With the fact that Binz was kept controlled, the fact that you can't kill him anymore, you get that first kill, doesn't matter because eventually he's gonna reach a critical point where he's unstoppable, right? And we're looking at the 4 to 6 minute mark where your burst damage is not enough. You need at least 2 heroes, that Blazing Brilliance from Yin combined with Sky. So Sky, Luna, at this point, it's more pivotal for her to get farm over joining those team fights. So Binz, not going to be a key priority for FE anymore. They need to start looking at Kashimo. If Kashimo starts building that first item, it's going to be a critical power spike for Team Max.
I was about to say the Luna at one point she could be joining team fights, but after losing that Tyrant, that scale just shifted, right? So now she can't really join team fights. She needs to amass a little bit more resources. So I say that Max has something good going on for them here, but they can't let up, okay? Because Fearless Esports, they know how to tip the scales again. As you can see now, another invade, maybe an initiation though. The Zhangfei is caught out. Here we go, the stuns as well. He will be countered by the Unbridled Outburst though. She's still on the pursuit though, and it's still enough damage to take out this Zhangfei.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out from Fearless Esports, but their prime target, looking at the top lane, was actually Kashimo, and Kashimo did a great job of rotating into that bottom side of the lane. Now, Hatashi going down here is not the biggest of faults from Team Max. You'd rather him go down than any one of your cores. Now, importantly, Chigiri, can he get that second core item? Once he gets the second core item, that's a key power spike.
Yeah, we go. Another initiation here. The new moves actually missed though, but still enough to take out Lady Zhen. She's caught there, and Woodwind is ready for the support if needed. So this is where I said the Luna just needs to join team fights because the mobility is insane. But it's not over yet though. Sky getting caught out here already though. I would say the Resplending Revolver is just gonna zone them, not really doing too much damage. And the most important thing is that Sky actually got out scot-free.
Yeah, Sky, very good initiation, knowing the eyes on the prize is Zhou Fang here on that Lady Zhen. You want to take away that mage damage. Flash being used by Chigiri, that's a key utility gone as well. Does have the infinite vastness available for the next team fight. Still, that eject button, right? That get out of jail free card, and Chigiri can potentially use to initiate. But we see Kashimo going down, all part of Fearless Esports Hong Kong's plan. They want to start zoning on Kashimo because he's gonna start laying on the damage onto Luna.
Alright, and let's talk about the ladies a little bit. You brought up a good point about him being taken on as the first target, right? I would just hold myself there because I'll talk about the Ocean of Tears a little bit. Because if you can stun out this Luna, you'll be in a lot of trouble. But the moment you miss that, you are just dead. And that's exactly what happened there. Killing spree for the Luna already. She's gonna come online. Her levels are pretty much very ahead, and she's not gonna stop here. Finds out 2 more targets maybe, but no follow-up. She might just retreat. But this is what I'm talking about, getting into their faces and backing out. And we got a split kill down and bottom. Very big kills for KK.
Yeah, KK able to actually secure that kill onto Kashimo there. That's huge for the side of Fearless Esports. Now, with this power spike, it's 8 minutes into the game. Luna gets her key itemization here. Unending Sorrow being used though.
Yeah, exactly. But the T1 is also down though. The Infinite Vastness will be used defensively, even though there's 4 people there left alive. Knowing that Kashimo is not there, they can't really dive the backline, so they will have to retreat, let up their tier 1, and still the Luna is terrorizing the jungle here.
Yeah, Fearless Esports, they have that power timing with the Luna, but it's always on that 1v1 skirmish, right? It's always on the segment team fights. They still can't win a 5v5 against Team Max because there's a lot of disrupt coming through.
Exactly, the Dream Roll catches out onto 2, but is there enough follow-up? No, the Unbridled Outburst actually misses. Unending Sorrow before defensively here though, and here we go, the Luna still slicing and dicing on the back end side. Marco Polo is not jumping in with the Feral Barrage here. We have to wait it out because the Unbridled Outburst is going to tag out just in case. But still, Sky finally addressed there. Mayan will be the trade in return, ending up going to be a 1-for-1 only.
Yeah, I would feel that that was the best trade that Team Max could have gotten at that point in time. Taking out Luna, taking out that snowball momentum. Of course, you do give up the Tyrant, but it's still an 8 minutes Tyrant. And it's still shown to me, right? Team Max, 5-on-5, they're still extremely strong. Fearless Hong Kong, they still can't go against that.
I think the resource control is still better, right, for Fearless, because look at the amount of gold they're ahead, like 7,000. So itemization might actually come into play here in terms of like securing the team fight. When you have a Luna running into your faces and there's no way to stop her, that's a big problem. So and they don't really have, you know, the real. I won't say disengage is the right question, but the counter action, I'd say, because she's so mobile.
Yeah, I mean, definitely with riding the wind, there's a bit of disrupt there. Unbridled Outburst, a bit of disrupt there. They're gonna have to layer it perfectly though. So Team Max, execution.
Stuns just perfect from the Luna's second ability too. So the fact that if the teams can follow up, here we go. The stuns are instant burst out from the Lady Zen. Stood no chance whatsoever, and she's still not done. Remember, the Tempest buff is literally up, so they really have to think twice if they want to re-engage here. But we got split fights here. Kashimo gonna really have to water away just in case. Final shot, just enough to take her down.
Yeah, and split fights, this is where Fearless Esports, this is their entire game plan, right? Splitting the team fights because they have so much sustained damage from your heroes at every single. And now, with that, if it's not a 5-on-5, Team Max, they cannot take full advantage of that. Zhou Fang going down there was not his mistake, right? Luna, you need to know the amount of depths that he can dive in. And the fact is, Hatachi was not there for the disrupt. Hatachi was running ahead of Zhou Fang, and I just felt that just felt a little bit of a miscommunication for the retreat there.
Oh, you can't catch a break. See, another Tyrant down again, and it will force Max to back off. And to be honest though, I feel like Max is putting on a good enough of a resistance, even though they are 10-2 right now. Like, the towers are still holding up 11 minutes into the game compared to game number 1. So it's just down to a very, very good team fight. They can turn this around, I reckon.
Yeah, but Shadow Vanguard will push that lane priority in extremely deep. And already all the auto turrets are destroyed, right? That means all your map control is gone. Your resources are going to get choked out. And eventually, Luna's going to reach super critical mass when she gets her 6 items. Already her itemization, Insatiable Tome, is already out. She's going to be even more fearless.
Even the Lady Zen having the Venomous Staff ready, trying to stifle heals coming out from the Lady Zen, but it's not doing too much work because you can't really heal. You don't really need to worry about heals too much when you use bursts on the enemies. Speaking of burst, Blazing Variance is out, and the Dream Roll will be forced defensively. Lady Zen, one slice and she's already down to half HP. Mayan gets caught, trying to get into the back lines to push someone in, but unfortunately gets taken out. Look at that, Mankey trying to re-engage here. Feral Barrage connecting completely onto the Mankey. Big shot work of him. The big Vanguard is in, trying to protect it though, but still, they managed to get out scot-free. 1 for 2. I still think it's a pretty good deal, considering they've gotten bottom tier 3.
Yeah, Team Max, they are on the ropes here. Their 5-on-5s have been exposed. Already a 10,000 gold lead coming in from Fearless Esports. Their resource management have been great. Their invades have been great. And Sky is still at it, but he goes down here.
Okay, no, I think that was super well macro played, because that allows Fearless to get top tier 3, actually. So, a reasonable trade, I'd say. So far, everything's going to the way of Fearless. But looking to see that if they can make this final Hail Mary, save their mid lane from going down, get good team fights. Yeah, it's just so much work this guy is doing, man. Of course, it's credit to the Tempest buff, but have you seen those slices?
Yeah, Sky is able to dice into the back lines. He's very good at noticing the key rotations, the key utility coming out from Team Max, right? When the win is out, he just goes in and there's no more disrupt. Unbridled Outburst was used. There's no more disrupt. Now he goes in and he finds his timing so well. And knowing your opponent's cooldowns is very important when you're playing such a squishy hero like Luna especially.
Not just that, but the teamwork coming out from Woodwind as well. You have to remember that the second skill stun is so strong. Where Luna goes in, pulls them in with the second ability, and that's where the team fight will really start. And there's so much burst that will stop them though, maybe. Whoop! Very, very good disrupt coming up from Woodwind there, who actually just cancels out those things. But this is the final tower that might just go down here. Unbridled Outburst will just look to try to discourage that from happening. Dream Roll comes in, but the moment it lands, he goes down. There's some disengages coming out, and then Fable will actually take the fall. But still, a lot of members for FE is actually pretty low here. Looking to go in, maybe. Luna tries to lock in too. He actually does land it. Look at that, Lady Zen, locked in place, unable to move. The heals coming out from Woodwind so strong, and that might just do it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 going to Fearless.
Yeah, Fearless Esports Hong Kong really had a clean hold of the game from the start, right? They did make some blunders, but still, they had the micro gameplays to pull it off. I would say on a draft level, they were neck and neck in terms of just drafting alone. But in terms of micro gameplay, man, Sky on the Luna, man. Oh man, they don't have that for the next game at least.
Yeah, it was devastating for Team Max to actually experience that because they really tried to fortify their defenses. But what is a defense, right? When Luna does what we call a slipstream. They slip into your backline and there's nothing much to hold her. There's no Liang because Liang was banned out already. So if you call that a tactical ban, who banned Liang actually? No, wait, I thought I saw a Liang ban for this game. No,
Liang wasn't banned. Liang wasn't banned.
Liang wasn't banned, yeah. But to be fair though, if they ban out the Liang, then they'll be sacrificing a lot of things that we saw in game 1, right? Like mostly it's just like teamfight presence, in which way they chose the Zhang Fei here. So Unbridled Outburst was used and it connected reasonably in some sense for Hatashi playing that Zhang Fei right there. But the problem is the Luna started scaling. There was this one time that they got the bottom Tyrant, right, for Max, and that's just it. And then everything else just started to fall apart.
Yeah, and felt that the macro timing from the side of Kashimo was not able to be fully reached just because of the fact that they were able to keep him down for so long. Look at his scoreline. It's 1-6, right? They held him down so well. And KK, he was making sure that, yeah, Kashimo, wherever you go, I'm going to mirror your rotation. This is so key coming out from KK to the point where, yeah, you're not going to be able to farm. And you're not going to be able to come back because he's the only comeback factor for Team Max at that point.
Correct. All things considered as well, that Fearless Hong Kong actually paved way for the Angela to be doing great things. Like every time her Blazing Brilliance was hit, it was literally almost doing max damage, right? That it forces all their tanks to back off. And this is the beautiful thing because they realize Team Max's like MO is have like that tanky front line and then Menki just reroll all the way back. So what's the deal with just like killing off the front line a little earlier? We see those Zhang Fei being picked off in very strange places, right? And then when that's down, suddenly a Luna just has free roam.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the poke damage coming out from Fearless Esports Hong Kong compared to Max's draft, right? Max's draft really relies on you joining those team fights. A lot of the times where the Blazing Brilliance was used, there's a lot of opportunities for Team Max to collapse onto Fearless Esports Hong Kong. But because of the fear of Sky, because of the fear of Fable, what they were doing is they were playing that disrupt game so well and they were cycling the utilities. We saw a multiple number of times where Woodwind was able to use the iframes from the Unending Sorrow to actually bait out the skills of Team Max. That's what they were doing in the background. They did all the background work before taking those team fights, and it was so well executed.
I was just gonna point out to you that we've probably only seen like the Fevered Barrage less than 3 times this game. He could have done more, but I'm just saying we saw very little, and that just goes to show that how much your entire team from Fearless is just aggressing on the front, that they never needed the Fevered Barrage. And I feel like the Fevered was only saving if they wanted to counter initiate, because that's when the Marco Polo could come in and actually turn the tides again. So there's a lot of that ebb and flow that Fearless was playing around, but it's like having the bullets but never needing to shoot it, you know? So
yeah. Yeah, I see that, right? I really like that point, that Fever Barrage is actually kind of an insurance. I would say it's an insurance for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong, because for Team Max, their game style is going to be, yeah, you wanna come? Like, we are going to fight as 5. That's what I was expecting from the draft. But Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they separated their draft so well to a point where there were multiple team fights happening at once. So if it became a 5-on-5, that Fever Barrage was in their pockets to say, yeah, let's go now. You're all clumped up. And Team Max, they're playing in fear of that, I feel.
You brought up a very good point, because I was about to segue into it, but I wanted to talk about those split team fights, right? Can you remember that one time where the Marco actually got a solo kill onto the Mayin on that bottom? That just shows, like, once you're out of utilities, mind you, he didn't have a stun. He runs Purify, so if you could get that kill onto Mayin, just shows how ahead they are. And here we go, MVP. It is Sky doing so much work as the Luna, slice and dice, and like I said, this is why it terrifies Southeast Asia.
Yeah, Luna is, of course, a very scary hero to deal with. But, of course, there were a lot of key measures that I saw out of Team Max. They actually had the utility to do so, right? If you're looking at Team Max's draft, right, I think that they don't lose to the Luna. That Unbridled Outburst, together with Riding the Wind, together with Lady Tsun, actually, it's meant to destroy the Luna because you're unable to dive the backlines. Lady Tsun is able to self-peel, provided she lands the skills, but there's a lot of out micro coming out from this guy right here. Sky, he was playing with his enemy's minds and the enemy's skills.
Not just, I feel like it's important to point out that I spotted Lady Tsun in places that she's not supposed to be. Of course, I can't say it in hindsight whether or not she was just accidentally caught out or the team actually left them. But you know, sometimes we see Princess Frost, Lady Tsun, they're always behind your own teammates, especially when you're running a Zhang Fei. So the point where if the Luna wants to jump you, you could counter initiate. But most of the time, she can't land her Ocean of Tears. She doesn't have teammates around near her. So I was kind of just wondering what happened most of the time that Lady Tsun was caught.
Yeah, I feel that Zhou Fang is a bit of this combo together with his team, like especially at this point, right? Zhang Fei was being caught for a very long time, and now with Zhang Fei gone, Zhou Fang is such an easy target. No Unbridled Outburst to help her at all, no Disrupt, no Chicory there, and it just feels like they were always somewhat lacking one of the key combos to take away Luna at this point. And this is the point where, yeah, they just identified so well where Zhou Fang, he has nothing, and he became the prime target. This Lady Tsun was a target of cyberbullying today, right? Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they just made sure that Zhou Fang could not play the game.
So we talked a lot about like trying to counter this Luna being in, right? Like you can see in this replay, yes, she's in, but all you need to do is to force her to back off. Here we go, Favorite Barrage. But you see, even if you can't catch the Luna, it should be enough to at least force her to disengage, and we didn't see that coming up from Max. So what actually really happened there? That means the team, like you mentioned, just discombobulated. They had the abilities, right? If your Zhang Fei is in, getting forced out, the Lady Tsun should be there to skill it out. And if the Luna changes target onto you, that's where you can put your Ocean of Tears upon yourself and force, Zhang Fei to re-engage onto her in the back end. A lot of things going on in like sub 2-3 seconds, and I feel that Micro, of course, Fearless going to be coming up on top. This is an immaculate game to watch. Lasted longer than I felt that it actually it should, but I feel like Max actually did the best they can to put up a fight against Fearless.
Yeah, Max actually put up a good fight, a good draft as well, and of course, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, right? They came in from the qualifiers, so they're coming in really hot. They're warmed up. They're ready to go, and they actually took Paws Gaming on in the finals as well. They took them on 3-1, so they are the top contender. If you think Paws Gaming was good, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they're better. So that's something you gotta watch out for, man.
Oh yeah, I just remember it was an all Hong Kong finals for the qualifiers here, right? And since we've seen them on broadcast, at least these players would have actually an idea on how they were playing. So that's why they banned Jing, right? They banned a couple of their signature picks as a form of respect. But now, since we know that they are versatile and they are already up 1-0, once again, the Cambodians are gonna have work cut out for themselves.
Yeah, and there's a lot of tier S picks being taken from the side of Team Max, right? Now you don't have the Long. So for your farm laner, you are a bit kind of like repressed to say, because you don't have that infinite vastness ability. You can't play as a solo unit or a duo unit anymore. You have to rely a lot on your roamer to actually kind of help. And now with what actually Fearless Esports Hong Kong picked, they actually have a lot of options. They picked the Marco Polo and the Angela, meaning that they still have a lot of opportunity to pick up something like a Liang and Princess Frost for themselves.
I'm just saying that they were very comfortable with their Gun and Mo as well, going up against Looking for Orc in the qualifiers time. So, and there's only this many heroes that you can ban, right? So showing versatility is the name of the game for global ban picks. Just and this is only best of 3, guys. So we're not even best of 5 or best of 7s just yet, where the real casinos start to roll out. We are still in for comfort picks, and I feel like now Team Max, having played against Fearless, should know how to redraft them, since they do have a coach to discuss this about.
Yeah, of course. This is the time of the game where you think about what we have picked so far, right? What have we done? What has the opponents done? What's still left in their tanks? And what combo are we going for? What combo are they going for? If you're talking about prime combos, there's still a lot of prime combos available. We haven't seen the Dolia lane together throughout the whole day. These had a 77% win rate in the entire KME as well. So definitely one of the lethal combos still available in the game, and Da Qiao and Arlie as well. Of course, Arlie has been banned out, but Arlie is a tier S pick. It works well with a lot of heroes. Arlie Diadea, Arlie Da Qiao.
Well, it's either it's banned out or it's picked, right? So, or you could just pick it and ban it out through the rest of the series and not let your opponent pick it. I think that's absolutely hilarious. But would you see the Pei consistently being banned out? I think that's curious. We saw that terrorizing game number 1 we saw today, and we never saw it again because it was a clean 2-0.
I feel that it depends on the versatility of the jungle player. It feels like someone like Sky, right? He can play anything. Like, would you want him to play the Pei? That's the thing. Like, Pei, I would say a lot of people think it's a very early, aggressive mobile hero. But from where I'm from, or from what I've seen from KPL, right? You can play in a multitude of ways. Pei is an extremely versatile hero, and it scales extremely well in the late game. Giving someone so much ability to burst, that's something that you don't want to give to someone in the hands of Sky.
I feel also it has to depend on how your team enables you, because Pei is also one of those easiest to be caught, right? So I've seen, unfortunately, a lot of games where the Pei kind of does well early, but then kind of falls off late. So like I said, maybe where you're from, this is so much more different because of how the entire team composition actually enables the Pei. So that's important to play around your win conditions. And half the time, Pei, I've seen him in farm lane sometimes. That's actually crazy. You talked about being a versatile hero. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, Pei is kind of a scary pick right now, whether they combo him the Byron. But of course, there are also other scary picks as well, right? When you're running a Pei, you can potentially run it into an Arlie as well. And if an Arlie actually does her maple dance properly against the Pei, you can take away the projectiles of the enemy teams and single out the Pei as well. So you can do that, or you can counter pick with Liang as well to kind of suppress him out. But of course, we see teams adapt. And that's the beauty of this game so far. We saw in the first game, Liang was picked against Pei, and Liang is the tested and true counter, right? You have the suppression, you lock the Pei down, but they play in a style that's different. Pei is not the one going in first.
Exactly. So I feel like you just need the people to be in to absorb whatever skill shots and damages and whatever, right? So similar like the Luna earlier, the moment you see a lot of the CCs are down, off you go. Start terrorizing. The world's your oyster. So now the second game is more important than ever for Max because they are one game away from losing this route. They're not eliminated just yet. It's only round robins, but it's the point that matters too.
Yeah, and early games really do set the pace for the rest of the season as well, right? You might be revealing a lot, but what can the other teams do with it, right? A lot of teams say, yeah, you're doing the same things, you're playing the same heroes, but if they can't win you while you're playing the same heroes, then you know you're doing something right. And I think that Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they still have a lot to show. It's just that teams haven't pushed them to that level yet.
Oh, again, Jing gone. So, yep, that's never gonna see light. But problem is, since now they know that Fearless Hong Kong almost always gonna be playing that assassin jungler style, right? Are they gonna be up to actually swap that around? Because they have banned their own Luna, interestingly enough.
Yeah, of course, they can't play it again, the global pan pick after all. So they did ban the Luna. They don't want it in the hands of Max, right? So now Kashimo, with the first pick, will be picking up the Dolia. So Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they have a pathway here. Do they go for the Elaine to cancel it out, or do they pick a combo of themselves and they go for the Arlie Diadea? I love this.
Okay, yeah, we talk about scary combinations. It's like a Yaria to a Marco Polo in ranked. But the idea, very, very great. Engage / disengage, right? As well as now the Dunes coming out. We talk a little bit about the combos that was potentially on the table. That is coming out from Max. Oh, even World is my board. Having a double reset could be devastating.
Yeah, the board is going to be kind of crazy, but to counter that out, they brought out the Lady Zhen, and I really like that. Having that damage to control the zone, it really depends on whether or not the board is placed in such a way that it zones out team fights, right? Now, the counter to that Lady Zhen is actually trying to segment the team as much as possible. But now with FE Hong Kong, Village Esports, they do have that ban available. I feel that they are going to try and ban out zoning heroes, such as the Byron, such as like potentially maybe even the Lu Bu as well, because it's so good with the Lu Bu. The board and Lu Bu, actually, it smacks pretty hard.
Oh, but we rarely see that as a pick in Southeast Asia though. So I will be extremely surprised if we do see a Lu Bu here today. Well, second ban phase out now. You talk about Lady Zhen a little bit. That's gonna be banned out. Menki as well though won't see light, because after all, they do realize that they need people to kind of just hold the fort a little bit, right? They can't pick. Can they pick Zhang Fei again? No, they can't pick Zhang Fei on their own. So
yeah, I mean, I really like the ban coming out from Max though. Menki and Ogren, really good in terms of setting the pace. I was looking forward to this guy going for Ogren of his own. That Sun Ce is being picked up from the likes of Village Esports. That just leans into the team fight, right? You might have the board, but if we have a lot of control spells, the board doesn't matter. Actually,
I like the Sun Ce. He, I'm not sure it was Faber who actually played it in qualifiers, but almost all games he picked Sun Ce, and it was hilariously devastating, because once the cooldown is literally off, he's just sailing across the map, doing so much work to join team fights. And we do have a Hansin here, but do I say that this could be good? There's always a question mark where Hansin comes out, right? Because are you going damage? Are you going tank? So this time around, if it's just to supplement to kill off the backlines, which they already have the Sun Ce, I don't know. What do you think about this though?
So for Village Esports Hong Kong, right? Hansin, he has no choice but to go for the tank here, because who else is going to frontline, right? There's nobody else that's going to frontline. If Max, they do play this right and they do bring in the damage, they get an early game advantage, they're going to be falling behind in that late game scalability, just not having that top to bottom front line alone. That Diren Jie is going to shred through the entire front lines. And if you look at them, they're just sitting ducks. Only the Arlie is able to counterplay that, and Sun Ce has to dive the back lines. Yeah. So Village Esports, there's gonna be a bit of a wonky synergy here, but in terms of just snowballing, if they do get a gold advantage and they all go for damage, they will envelop Team Max.
Okay, I've just gotta say, I actually really do like Team Max's lineup here. It's cohesive, it makes sense, it could scale, right? Whereas for like Fearless, they have to. Not to say they can't tick the boxes, they can, but their micro has to be superb.
Yeah, and a bit of skirmish on the top lane. I really like this Dharma pick, right? We talked about the board, the synergy of the board. Byron would have been a really good pick, but Dharma is also a good pick because he does very well with those kind of extra added terrains. That truth mantra, you gotta watch out for it.
You don't want to be stacking up 2-3s, right? In which where Fearless, they might tend to do that after seeing a boat come up sometimes, you know, because they're all in for the fights. So they have to be really, really ready for that re-engage.
And for those of you that are waiting for this, the gift code has been shown. Go to your community, go to the perk center, and look for CD Heat. Type in this code, and you will get a skin. And it can potentially be an epic skin. Of course, it is a free item for giveaway, so do it right now.
Shout out Hawk for skins, and shout out to this gang coming out from First Blood, by the way, into the likes of the Hansin. Yeah, that was great initiation. Kashimo did not even have his ult to work with at that point. So Fearless once again starting off strong. Might not have an engage here, but yeah, it's just probably just a pocket fraud.
Yeah, Fearless are doing a great job of identifying the win conditions that Team Max needs. It's not enough where you are winning the game. You must make the opponent lose the game. That's something that we see a lot from the Chinese teams in KPL. And I think Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they identified that, right? The win condition for Team Max is actually Dharma having a good time and Dun having a good time as well. So these two are gonna be something that they're gonna look in the first 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, there's a saying that like there's a difference between playing to win versus playing not to lose, right? So there's some enablers enabling needed actually for this Dharma, considering that he did give up first blood, but who would have thought that Dahlia was supposed to be caught out. She actually does not have an ult just yet, so let's just back up a little bit, but the World by board actually catches onto 2, but it's more of like a defensive one. Will force the rest of Fearless to back off.
Yeah, and kind of going for a wonky little catch in the corner there. I see the execution coming out. The rest of the team was actually ready to fight that. 4 members of Team Max, they were gathered around that bottom lane, right? They wanted to find a catch. They wanted to make sure that KK is unable to scale alone. That poke damage will not affect them in the later stages of the game. They're trying to do the same thing, but falling a bit short.
Yeah, the Ritter Farewell actually caught onto 1, but they didn't have enough damage. It's an early first, but we needed that main damage from Unseen, which came just 2 seconds late. So it's fine. Just back off a little bit, wait for the objectives to come out, and we can drag it into the next 20 seconds or so. They are getting ready for it already though, as you can see the movements.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter too much to lose these early skirmishes for the side of Team Max. They do have a later gaming scaling, so I really like how this game is going for them. But in the same way, the net worth is not really favoring them.
Here we go though, the boat is coming on the back. Decides to dive the tower instead. The stun's not really connecting though, but still, Fable looking to get out just in time. Oh, the Jealous coming in and out. That's the power of her. And unfortunately, what is my bot? Not connecting onto one. Oh, he is dropping very low. Finally gets taken out though. Oh, that's interesting because they committed a lot of resources towards Max to actually push him out, but they managed to re-engage just in time. Woodwind forces a flash out as well, but still some stuns. They are in the Hansin, lands a beautiful 1-3. There's so much CCs, but not enough damage. But still, is it enough to push Max back? Because Fearless wants this Tyrant.
Yeah, 5v5 really gonna favor Team Max, right? We identified already that Fearless Esports, they don't have a frontliner. This Hansen pick is kind of wonky. I was really leaning towards the Ogre, but it got banned down. Now they're going for this pure damage build. It's gonna be very scary, but they gotta do the same segmented team fights that we saw in Game 1. And Team Max, they know how to play against it now.
They want to be correct. I think they do need lane controls first before I this. That's why you see them just trying to clear out these Crimsons as well. They are back into the river though. The Arlie is in for the poke, but I gotta remember Hatashi's heal on the Tolia is very, very strong. Also with the fact that Celestial Melody is already up and all the ults are actually available for Max as well. But still, Max is 2 minutes to get a Tyrant. Initiation right now onto this Sunsa. He does have the auto away. No, actually he does not. So yep, still, they do get the Tyrant, and then they would like to turn right now onto Fearless Hong Kong, making them fear for their lives. It is actually Woodwind that will be taken out.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a problem, right? Because Dun, it has reached critical mass. It's already 6 minutes into the game, and it's gonna be a point where you can't kill Dun. We saw a lot of skills being placed down on Dun, and Kashimo needs to be that key factor to actually enable him. So right now, we see Team Max, they are at critical mass if they go for a 5v5 here, but already a solo play. Oh my god.
Yeah, almost dying to the tower as well, but now they know the limits too. They can really push it if they want to. It's not like they really had a huge lead per se, right? Like, Max is actually going toe-to-toe with them, but now in terms of the team fight, it's kind of really showing that the power of Fearless is still, you know, coming to rise. They are actually coming back up, even though you say Dun is hitting critical mass, but they could fall off if they still missed out some of their timings here. If Fearless continues to be disruptive.
Yeah, disruptive is the name of the game, right? Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they thrive on these segmented team fights, and it's all built off of the positionings of Team Max. If they keep making these mistakes of segmented team fights, they're gonna take it.
Yeah, here we go, destination. That's the backline jump, but where is the follow-up? Still, diving past 2 towers, Hansin did what Hansin's gotta do. The boat will crash onto Dharma. Like I said, where's the damage? Everyone's on the back, Ladies is trying to be safe there, and they can't get into close proximity. The defense from Max, very strong here. I really like their team fight coming in here right now. T1 looking for challenge.
Yeah, but off of this, right, Fearless Esports, you can see that they're slowly chipping away at enemy resources, slowly trying to take away enemy camps as well. That's where they're building the network lead. And right now, Binz, he might be in no man's land right here. He might be a Dun, but you don't want to go up against 1v5 against Fearless Esports right now.
Absolutely. Azure Drone will be sniped out by Sky. You see them moving as a unit. So when I say it's disruptive, they know if Max is trying to take his objective, they're going to go in and that's it. Disrupt them. So till now, you know, this back and forth is going on to the fact that the hours from mid lane is still not really up just yet. Their Unruly Blade will be used defensively here, but that's just about it. I feel like they have to just wait and see who is going to be out of, well, I'll say out of position. So far, World is my board is done two things. Either missing completely, catching people, but not having enough backup. Okay, miss.
Yeah, there's a lot of play around the World is my board. Fearless Esports, they've been responding to it very well, and they're not responding to the aggression coming out. But look at the solo play coming out from KK, man. Joe Fang, you can't be in that positioning.
No, I feel like he was actually quite far back, but the fact that Arlie just really ports in is the scary part, and it's just not done. They feel like they have more to take, and they have literally more to kill. Dun will be caught up, so pretty much they have no front line. This Dharma is gonna melt if he decides to jump in. We talk about the Diren Jie potentially shredding down enemy front line. Our problem is, if there's no front line to shred, how can you do it? Everyone's jumping you back. And look at that. Another initiation is coming in though, but I feel like this is just mostly to disrupt the creeps coming in. They want to get protected.
This mobility gameplay coming out from Fearless Esports. What they're doing is they're weaving in and out of fights, and they're just keeping Team Max on their toes, right? Will they or won't they? You never know, because sometimes they just disengage, sometimes they just engage. And this is the conditioning already set up in the first 9 minutes of the game. And really, when you reach that 12-minute mark, if KK is this ahead, there's going to be a lot of backline damage coming out of them. And Team Max, they have not answered for the Arlie any time in this entire 9 minutes.
Yeah, I say there's no business that Arlie could be porting in and getting kills, right? But he is, and see, another form initiation. The Dahlia has been caught out, going to be the sacrificial lamb here, but it feels like the drone is trying to just move, like the same thing, push them back. But still, it's going to be the Hansen that falls. Still no casualties on the side of Fearless. That just shows that they are pulling ahead. We talked about the critical mass on Dune, but we see it falling off right now. It's only been 3 minutes since we last spoke about that too.
Yeah, and this guy is absolute cinema. KK, he is going to be a mechanical god on the battlefield. As you know already, you give a mechanical god an Arlie, he's going to deliver. And KK, he has been delivering ever since. You gotta know, every single team fight, it's never been a 5-on-5. 5-on-5s, Team Max have won, right? That's where they got 2 kills from. But that 6 kills that Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they always find members of Team Max just out of position or not together as 5. That's their vision work. That's the groundwork that they have set.
It is also important to note that the Hansen is 10k gold right now. So even though the attention is on Arlie, but we talk about the Hansen being disruptive in the backlines. He's in, he's out. It forces vision as well when he's in the backlines to know who's there and who's not, so that, you know, Fearless can just move accordingly around the map. And so far though, like you said, in terms of full team fights, Max has always been winning it. And Fearless realizes that that's why they're avoiding this as much as they can. They just split around, take a little bit more objectives, right? Like right now they're going for the Overlord here, and they have all the time in their hands right now because they're stifling Max with all the resources.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports, actually Sky going for that tankiness build instead, a bit of sustainability built in, is now going to be in their key power spike, right? Hansen, Sky, he can just run in and do anything to anyone on the battlefield. Meanwhile, we were worried about the lack of frontliners. Now Fearless Esports, they got rid of that problem. Just get 10,000 gold on the Sky and everything is solved. Money solves everything, man.
You are absolutely right. And can money buy a ship? Yes, it can, because there's a boat running on behind, just literally scaring them into oblivion, right? Forcing the engagement, and they finally take the bait. They will re-engage, but it almost at the life of Dharma though. See, look at that, Hansen! He's just in and out again. The only reason he exists in life is to just be in and out and not die.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a
Red
great
team
job
has
of
destroyed
teasing the
a tower.
opponents to a point where the Shadow Vanguard is able to get the lane priority. Fearless Esports, they're not even going to take a team fight. If you overextend, we're going to kill you, but we just want your towers here.
Look at that boat. That boat is literally for show. It's not even to get front lines or anything. He might just be with his life here. Yes, he will. But that's enough. He secured the mid T3s. But they're looking to reaggress here now. A lot of members being caught on the words by bot now. Since the two members dead onto Fearless. Some signs of life. But Jofang looking so low. They're looking to reaggressive. Would win. Trying to do some hard work. Onto Max. It's going to be a 4-for-2 trade out. Maybe a 4-for-3. But that's towers down. Is this a sign of life now for Max though? Because Vanguards are still pushing in. It might not be, because that's game 2. It is over.
Congratulations to Fearless Esports Hong Kong for taking the series 2-0. They show why they are one of the top contenders here, coming in hot from the qualifiers, really fearless and really ready.
Not just ready, look at that. They're so stoic. There's no emotions in their faces. They're just here to win. They're here to literally play the game. And play the game they have. It's like 2-0. It's almost clean, I feel. But I keep saying that Max almost puts up a good fight. But Fearless, they managed to eke out over the objective gameplay and finally push it to the finish line.
Yeah, and if you take a look at what Fearless Esports were doing, right? There's a lot of guerrilla gameplay going in, poking in back and forth. Yeah, where's the damage? We were saying like, oh, they didn't have damage to finish off Max, but didn't matter, right? They were going for the grand scheme of things, taking away enemy resources. One, afterwards, using the set sail to actually just circle around the base to get that spacing away for his team. There's just a lot of zoning presence out from Fearless Esports that they didn't need a frontliner for until Sky got the gold, 12,000. Critical mass and KK with 10k. Oh my god, the story just told itself.
Guys, I'm just telling you, Dragon Rage, not a bad item, okay? Look at that onto Sky. Of course, replication is really subjective if you want to take this into rank, because jungles, you know, that really depends on what your role is created in the first place. Hansen is naturally more of an assassin fighter, but the thing is, in this kind of team comp, he's there to exist, to be in and not die. He's there, he has CC immune, he has a good knockup, and he's there to disrupt, as well as Fable, right? You saw his Sun Ce. The moment his set sail goes off cooldown, he pops it, he runs circles around Max's backline, not really hitting anyone, because it forces them to always worry about repositioning. And that's where Fearless can just come in. If they walk out of position, KK can come in with his early and just snipe them away. So it's just beautiful mind games coming out from Fearless.
Yeah, and the target prioritization coming out from Fearless as well, it's so good, right? They go for the only member in the early game that could not escape, could not fight back, which is Jofang. You set the board, what can you do? You already set the board. And after they set the board, they take note of the timing and go for the team fights accordingly. And if you take a look at Lady Zhen's positioning, right? This is a game where potentially Lady Zhen would have faced the same fate in game 1 from the side of Jofang as well, where you are just going to get caught out because you don't have a frontliner. But Yin was able to play that spacing so well where he could deal the maximum amount of damage, 98,000, close to 100,000, 32% by the way, and still be able to survive.
I think we just want to talk a little bit about Kashimo, right? His Dharma had only about 23% team fighting potential, whereas like 3 of his other members were 100%. As a Dharma, that is a little underwhelming. That means that you are either gone from team fights a little too soon, as in you died, or you were just in other lanes trying to get a farm, right? So he was suppressed at the top lane initially, but the thing is that he could be joining other places, because you have to realize that your stuns will open team fights most of the time, and when Fearless is always like pushing their faces onto you, you can't really find those spots to really counter initiate, because you are worried about that. You should be playing around with your Dune, right, as well as your Direnjie. So there's a lot of things that they really tried. I could feel like in their heads they were just trying to execute it, but they couldn't find a way around this Hansen that was just biting away their backline.
Yeah, and the MVP of the game will be Yin. I mean, we talked enough about this man already. Lady Zhen, 32% damage. Man, I mean, on a Lady Zun in the game, he died twice. He was the only 2 deaths. They found the key factor, right? Where you want to take away the Lady Zun as much as possible. But at that point, it was a bit too late. And the fact is, he still got the damage down still.
Yeah, the thing is, hilariously enough, was he? Oh wait, no, he wasn't MVP last game, was he? The mid laner.
Yeah,
he was as well.
No, it was Sky on the Luna.
Sky Luna last game, correct. Okay, so here's one important thing to talk about Lady Zhen, right? So having the assist there as A just goes to show that like he manages to be in those positions to land those like what Ocean of Tears as well as I mean the rest of the combo. He's pretty much a combo hero, but those combos actually do very, very well in large-scale team fights. So the fact that if she could get MVP and not facing a lot of large-scale team fights against Team Max actually shows a lot.
Yeah, the only time that he died, he got caught by the board, right? He flashed, but he was still in the board. Of course, you can't get away from that. And now, with that, they are able to win the 5-on-5s. But look at what's going on in the other side of the map. Look at what Sky is doing, right? Sky has laid out the map so perfectly, going for these lane pressures, while the rest of the team are taking the skirmishes as well. Sky, take a look at his positioning once again. He's on the bottom side of the map, forming that lane pressure. Dharma, Kashimo, you said that he wanted to join the team fight. Yeah, but there's so much opposite pressure. There's so much lane pressure coming out from KK, coming out from Sky at the same time, because they're gonna be able to play so individually.
So that was smart, right? Because actually at that team fight, they might have spotted the Dharma up the top earlier, so they chose to engage there, knowing that one of the key initiators is gone. So here we have the final Hail Mary as well for Team Max. This time the words by board actually catching onto multiple, but as you can see, by that point of time, it's too late already. All the core members of FE is still alive to the point where once their cooldowns is up, they're just going to be rowing back in, forcing that into a 4 for like 3 only, I believe. And that was a trade-off for the mid-tier 3 as well. The objectives were done. It was done great. So I feel like Fearless, every step they take is literally a step towards victory in this game.
Yeah, and what a turn of events, right? You have a skill name called The World Is My Board, and it's like, nah, it's not your board. It's our board now. And Fearless Esports, they really show that they are truly fearless. But of course, we are going to go to the next match really soon, right? We have See You Soon going up against Paradise Esports. And of course, this See You Soon is also another Cambodian team. We have a full stack of Cambodians playing today, and we have Laos from Paradise Esports.
Yeah, actually the only representation from Laos. There's only one team from there. We will be setting up, actually soon. So the thing is that, well, we are blitzing through the night really, really quickly. All of these 2-0s are it's Christmas, man. Christmas came early. But remember, none of these teams are actually eliminated for now. They're just in for points. And let's see if this next upcoming team can actually bring better competition.
Yeah, of course. Both teams, they are still vying for that top 1 to 2 positions, right? That's what you want to secure to go to the upper bracket playoffs. And of course, if you're the bottom 2, you get eliminated away from the playoffs. You lose your chance at going to KWC. What's there is still a stake of going to KWC, going to Riyadh, going international here. And these teams want to prove that. There's a lot of revenge storylines. We can talk about Fearless Esports Hong Kong. They lost Dao Dao to OG, right? Dao Dao was once part of their roster. So now he's an OG. He's waiting for them in KWC.
Well, honestly, a lot of these players are here for the first time as well, and they're here to make a name for themselves. But how far would they progress forward? We're going to have to find out after this. So literally, break time right now to set up game number 3 for See You Soon and Paradise Esports. Don't go anywhere.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks! Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away! Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited! Hit 'em hard!
Cambodian team going up against the Laotian counterparts coming from Laos here. So it's going to be completely different coming through.
Exactly. Well, the only Laotian team, in fact, whereas we had 4 Cambodian teams in the top 8 here in the Spring Series. So basically, I'm going to keep saying this a lot of the time again. There is a lot of representation, meaning that a lot of eyes are actually on their own countrymen, all right? But so far, no team's been eliminated yet because this is only round robins. They're here for the points before we decide who gets eliminated or will be the bottom 2.
Yeah, of course. And of course, we need to talk about the stakes here, right? Winner of this entire WKS Spring gets a ticket to KWC, the big boy league, the internationals itself. And right now, we're seeing a little bit of a regional skirmish here. Just across the border of Cambodia is Laos, and now both teams are facing off. And we have information about these teams as well. It's going to be Paradise Esports going up against See You Soon. Paradise Esports, of course, the more well-known team, I would say, right? You have members that have international experience in the hands of someone like Tom, who has been in the HOK Invitational Series as well, and you have 9on9 as well. So they are already going to be one of the household names in Laos. They're one of the best few players. And meanwhile, for See You Soon, they do have 2 Indonesians in their team as well. So I'm really curious to see how this new roster of See You Soon are going to fit together in this entire Cambodian meta. Because for Cambodia itself, right, their teams are really new. Their rosters are really new. They still need to find some synergy, and we need to see all these little kinks tweaked out before we reach playoffs.
So there actually is backgrounds, right, coming up from Paradise, and that way See You Soon can actually have something to study. Whereas on the flip side, everyone on See You Soon is new. We all have nothing much about them. We haven't seen them on camera before. So so far, the trends for today is that we have seen the Cambodians going up against Hong Kong teams, whereas Hong Kong teams has been coming up on top with the clean 2-0s, right? So now, can the scripts go to a flip? I want it the other way around, man. Like, See You Soon. We waited so long to see you guys soon. You guys are here already, man. So they're gonna have to stay for a while anyway. It's a round robin, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I would say, right, See You Soon, they do have international experience as an organization, right? In terms of forming their teams in different titles, they are a household name in Cambodia. They've been in internationals multiple times, and this is their foray into honor of kings. So of course, they want to get the best players, whether or not they have the background training already, whether they have done the boot camping already. That's something that I'm very looking forward to see. Right, something that will really catch me off guard is if the Indonesian players are in Cambodia and playing with them. So that's gonna be some highlight of their organization, because they actually bring the players together and they play.
All right, well, I will also want to hit the nail right on the coffin here, because we have been giving the kind of leeway to some of these inexperienced teams to kind of make way, right? Make stride. But the thing is, the teams have had better experience is actually rolling onto them. So I don't want this to be a repeat, but the thing is, right now, I feel that Paradise Esports does have the upper hand. It will reflect in their drafting. It will reflect in their objective takings in the game. So it's either See You Soon can either match up their tempo or form a kind of responsive plan and actually be able to execute that. We saw that was being attempted by Pros Esports versus Paws Gaming at the start. They went for the responsive pick, but unfortunately was still overwhelmed.
Yeah, and it's not all doom and gloom here, right? There's nobody getting eliminated. It's still round robin. They're just trying to hit their stride. But what's in it for you guys, right? The people watching online or wherever. You will be able to see codes appearing during the game itself, and you can claim them from the community button in your HOK game. Just open up Honor of Kings, go to the bottom left, and you click the menu, right? You will be able to see a perk center. Open up that perk center. Click that CD key right now. And that CD key, you want to keep it open. When the code is there, enter in the code, and you might stand a chance to get an epic skin. Like,
truth be told, all you gotta do is just log into the perk center. If you guys have not been redeeming your daily rewards from that for the free gacha spins, you guys are missing out because they actually have some pretty good stuff there. From Starstones to like some great Arcana fragments, and then if your wins are lucky, you actually do get an epic skin just from the spins itself, not actually the CD key. But right now, the fact that Honor of Kings is trying to give you some free codes here, I'm sure someone's gonna walk away today happy. But regardless, we're gonna give a shout out to Teamy as well as the Level Infinite for making these tournaments possible, especially for this WKS. It's wildcard for a reason. For these Southeast Asian teams, Macau and Hong Kong, they didn't have their own king leagues in their countries. That's why they're bringing all these countries together for some representation.
Yeah, and of course, that representation will eventually go to the bigger stages. One of the teams will walk away with a ticket and, of course, a prize as well, right? There is a substantial prize pool of $20,000 here at the WKS Spring 2025. And this is just day one of the regular season. So if you guys are looking forward for some Mekong action on these Southeast Asian region, there's going to be a lot of action happening today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow as well.
Yep, it's going to be a long, I will almost say qualifiers, basically long round robins, because I think it's about 2 weeks until June the 1st. That's when the final seeding is going to happen. As a reminder, the top 2 from these round robins is going to be seeded straight into the semifinals, whereas the next 4 will be starting on, well, Group A brackets, I guess, just to fight their way up. And the bottom 2 will be eliminated from these top 8. So far, these circuits all around the world for Honor of Kings has actually been pretty substantial in showcasing some of these new talents. And new talents it is. It's always a mix of either them forming new teams or actually incorporating them into existing teams as well.
Yeah, and of course, incorporation is key here, right?
Yeah.
We have teams that are purely based off synergy, and most of them, you won't even see like who's the MVP. You can't tell who's the MVP of the team. And that's what really makes a good team, I feel. Like at this stage of the game, at the highest level of gameplay, everybody in the team is pulling weight. It's not just going to be a single jungler trying to make ends meet for the entire team. It has to be an entire team effort. And of course, speaking of the best of 3s, we're going to have a total of 28, right? I just did the math. Did the math, guys. It's 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + 5 + 6 + 7. So that's going to be 28 best of 3s in this round robins here, and that's gonna be all jam-packed into your weekends. For those of you that are watching, you get a chance to watch these teams play on the highest level, and you also get to learn their drafts as well as get a chance to win free skins.
I was just gonna stop you there and say that was quick math if I ever seen one, because I never thought about this, right? 8 teams going against each other, it's 7 × 3, that's 28. I'm like, what? Okay. I got schooled here, ladies and gentlemen, and this is Mo-Man, my guys. I will retire. I didn't become a caster to be good at math, but here I am, right? But yeah, the prize pool as well is 20k US dollars. That's a huge amount. But of course, first place gets the lion's share is one thing. But the rest, though, is actually being split out in terms of some achievements from this, some MVP moments, I believe. And then some of them are like, I would say crucial achievements. I forgot what the real term is there in Honor of Kings, but it's cute that they actually have these things. So it forces like these big plays to potentially come up in team fights. You can definitely stay tuned for that. So we are finally going to go into game number 1. See you soon versus Paradise Esports. We talked a lot about tonight already, but so far, I'm just going to keep saying this. It's been 2 0s. We want crazy games coming up. We want to see tide. We want to see ebb and flow between these two teams.
And the audience prediction is actually skewed towards see you soon right now. 90% of you guys think that see you soon. Cambodians are gonna flip the script today and get that win, whether it be a 2-0 or 2-1 fashion, right? But 2-0, you're talking about the incentives, and the incentives of 2-0 is actually a higher monetization, higher monetary, prize than a 2-1 win. So every team is wanting to 2-0 in this regular season.
And so far it has been. And speaking of like the predictions being a majority is one thing, but being skewed is another. So 90-10 is huge. knowing that the Cambodians have not been putting a score on the board today, they are finally in, man. So love the support. The representation is going strong here, and we are definitely going to see the Laotians having their work cut out for them, since they're going to be the underdogs for this one based on the audience.
Yeah, see you soon. Fueled by the roster on the Clash lane is going to be One Real Boy. And of course, in the jungle, it's going to be Peanut. And mid lane, Takumi. Farm lane, we have Immune. Hopefully, he is immune to the Laotian region. And we do have on the roam, it's going to be Furlan.
Guys, is it one real boy or I real boy? It's because do we want one real boy or 5 real men here, ladies and gentlemen? We'll find out. I'm just gonna call him Ireal just because phonetically it might make sense there. But yeah, first time we're seeing them here. Very, very impressive name as well. See you soon. What a way to actually say goodbye to some of your opponents when you wipe their faces on the floor.
Yeah, and for the other side, Paradise Esports, we talked about them already. They do have international experience. In the Clash lane is gonna be Yuxiong. Yuxiong? That's a Korean name, no? And 1-9 as well. We do have Bell B. And finally, on the roam, we do have.
Okay, so like I feel like with these kind of like lineups from their like accolades, these are huge as well, so which means individually they will be macro capable, all right, because sometimes we've seen team fights just win because of micro gameplay, not so much on the big picture. So I feel like if your micro is already right up there, then you can only start worrying about your macros for sure. So how the Cambodians gonna do this, we have not much data about them, but this is the first time they will start to make these rounds.
Yeah, and these players are really new coming into this roster because see you soon. As of August 2024, right? Their roster entirely shifted, including their coach, right? If we saw Micha from just now, he was originally part of the See You Soon squad, but now they have shifted towards a newer and potentially a better 5. So see you soon. They got a lot of things to prove here, especially against Paradise Esports, who have a lot of international experience between them.
Oh, it's also interesting that See You Soon does have a Filipino coach actually, which is not a region we see much around here. They do have their own PKL, right? Philippines King League. So I want to see if these, especially they also, since they have 2 Indonesians on there, just trying to put in a little bit of flavor from the Indonesia side of things, because Indonesia is a strong region in its own accord, right? They have their own IKL as well. Yeah, a lot of things to talk about in this game for sure. A lot of things to unravel while we are going into, finally, game number 1 of the bands.
Yeah, and already on the screen, right, you can see the members of Paradise Esports. On the right is MZK, on the left is 919. Of course, they are rocking the headsets, talking to each other, and MZK, maybe he'll pick the heads up later. But now we do have on the other side, this is going to be from See You Soon. You can see a real boy or one real boy. I don't know, man. But now I'm gonna call him One Real Boy just because of the number, and I like the term One Real Boy. Like, is he
you know
really
what?
a boy though?
I'll be with you on this, okay? I like the way it sounds too. One real boy coming right up, you know, like you just did an order. Yeah, can he put Can he put Paradise Esports in order? We're gonna have to find out. So finally, mine also being banned out. That's Luna and Mai being banned out from Paradise as well. So we see the Mai being banned out a lot as well. Haven't seen that coming up too hot, I guess. But the Organ first ban says something. It's not really first ban worthy, ain't it?
In first ban. I mean, it is first ban worthy, especially if you're going into a heavy poke lineup. You're going into a very strong, like, sustained teamfight lineup, right? With the first pick early, you can see why the Ogren gets banned, right? Because with the Conductor Assault, with the Sage, with the Seer State as well, you can actually just take away the effectiveness of an Arlie. So yeah, Ogren deals with Arlie really well. Now, with Paradise Esports, what they opted for is Dharma and Dolia. So that Truth Mantra, you can potentially get a second one going in as well, or you can pick up a mage laner that has that's gonna make use of that Dolius refresh.
Yep, true. So we don't see that a lane out as well. In fact, we have not seen a lane today. Haven't been banned out much as well. I think it's such a situational pick that it's mostly always going to Dahlia. But to be fair, he shines even without the Dahlia. So never mind. I think now showing that Dahlia, that means that they kind of like telegraph a little bit on what their remaining picks might just be. But having the Guan Yu coming out from See You Soon, that means they have always got to be worrying about their backline a little more. Considering that now PE they're worrying about how do they poke like Sis, you know, they can't really just keep grouping up together because this Guan Yu is going to mass push all of them.
Yeah, and that's where the Mayin ban comes in as well, right? Because there's a potential jump at your backline who can disrupt the idea from the early as well, because you don't have that much of a clear synergy or pathway when the Mayin is coming through. And for See You Soon, they are taking away that potential poke coming out from Paradise Esports. As you said, they take away the D Renjie, and now Paradise Esports, they need to take away the junglers from the side of See You Soon. They opted for banning out the Lam and the main key as well. And generally, what you see when you pick a Lam is that you want to go, when you ban out a Lam, is that you want to go for an Agudo in the jungle because it really counters out the Agudo very well. So does Paradise Esports pick an Agudo up with that Lam ban? Or do they know something that we don't?
Yeah, I actually really like that point though. That's a very good counter against Agudo's minions once he summoned them. It's very like devastating against the likes of like Marco Polo, for example, right? Because everything actually hits a single target. So Lam clears it very fast. He's also a very fast jungle clearer, even after his nerf is done. So not really a general ban, but it's more targeted per se. And we actually come up with something that we discussed earlier. That's the channel that might go head to head with Arlie in terms of tempo and rotations. So I actually really do like this.
Yeah, Chano really matches the Arlie's rotations very well in terms of having that mobility. Yes, you do have the mobility, and I really like the Dolia pairing that they brought out as well. Like Paradise Esports, it seems like they have an answer for everything so far, and now they're just lacking that mid laner, right? Lady Zun being picked up from the side of See You Soon, showing off their skins in game, and they do pick up the Jing as well. All tier S picks on the board from See You Soon. Let's just see how it plays out. I'm still worried about them not having a frontliner though.
That's true. So they are in for the snipe in and out, right? And only certain number of teams can pull this off very, very well, because once you're in and you're not out, you are dead. So really, really micro gameplay. We talked about this as well during the draft. It's gonna be so key here. Okay, in terms of like lane clears, I think so far Sis is doing all right. Arlie's gonna have a little bit of difficulty just clearing in the early phases, but this really, really will depend how the Guan Yu moves around. Whereas on Paradise side, they're going for the Shi, which is rarely seen. But in terms of keeping her distance safer, she's one of those mages that has much superior range as well as a very, very good CC. So I actually do like both of these drafts.
Yeah, and sure, with the Silky Beauty, right? You can deal damage to enemies, and then you are also slowed as well, right? And also with the skilled imprint, you can pull the enemy towards you. So that's going to be very important type of initiation coming out from Paradise Esports. So I really like the execution that they're going for here. Dun in the front line with the Dolia sustain. There's going to be a lot of layers to peel through before you reach the channel, before you reach the Shi. So See You Soon. They gotta shore up their early game. They gotta make sure that the Jing has a great time in the jungle. If it doesn't snowball, it's gonna end bad.
We're just starting quick, and there's already action up at mid. So far, no lane swap happening. It is pretty standard. And we want to talk. Eyes are gonna be on the Shi and the Jing here, because if Jing initiates at the wrong timing and Shi catches her, that's actually game over for the Jing. So it's not just about reaction timing. There is literally a lot of things at stake here in terms of executing the game.
Yeah, Jing has a lot of moments where she's very squishy, but Tom is going to have a field day, especially once he hits that level 4, right? You do have a lot of poke damage versus the Arlie, essentially able to bully the Diadea and the Arlie 1v2 is not going to be much of a problem. That's why you can see MZK can potentially play with Bell B across the map, because sure does not have the best of lane clear. It's very reliant on the roamer to have that lane clear potential.
Fair game, yep. So we talked about the gift code earlier. Here you are, guys. Head over to the perk center. CD keys where you redeem it. Just scroll all the way down when you click to the perk center. I feel like it's easy to understand. Well, hope you guys enjoy it and good luck for the epic skin. Slight chance you might get it. So we're back into the game. There's a little bit of rotation, right? From E side, they will join to try to clear out mid to get more other objectives here. We'll be joined in by the Dolia. Will leave the Chano just a little bit. But so far, Chano naturally being able to outrange the Arlie is having a better time. But he's got to watch out though, because could have potential gank coming out here.
Yeah, and I really like See You Soon's rotations. They were trying to bring the threat of death onto Tom, right? But still, like, the amount of factor that they put in towards the bottom lane to control the channel alone, they have converted it into map advantage for Paradise Esports. Now they're attempting a gank onto Takumi. Paradise Esports, they have popped up the passive from Takumi, but not able to find the finish. But Flash being expended here, that's a key utility gone for 2 minutes.
Oh, not just that. I was actually expecting Takumi to die there, but very, very good Ocean of Tears, right? And the Diadea just literally came in for the final heal. So, skin of his teeth, managing to escape there is huge. But right now, it's just going to be all these Pokemon Trolls, and who can actually out-heal your opponent? It's a Dolia versus a Diadea anyway, so it's going to be coming down to just over here.
Oh, we do see hints of an entryway, right? Takumi, he has shown himself to us looking for a potential engager, but Belby has matched us rotations as well. I really like both rotations coming out from the team at this point. 3 to 4 minutes, right? You want to prioritize a Tyrant. You can see it coming out 43 seconds, 4-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen. That's when you want to win a team fight and then get the Tyrant and then push a turret.
Yep, I feel like the Guan Yu cannot stay in lane much longer too, because the Dharma is always gonna like dive in and try to just damage you. Guan Yu is not really the most tankiest of Clash Laters too. Relevant lane, gotta really start looking for these team fights, right? Just go around, scout out. Whether or not they're gonna start this very soon kind of really depends, because the Guan Yu just jumped at up mid and just brought down to I mean, quarter of his HP is just gone.
Doomsday will be picked up from the side of the Arlie on Immune. Key factor in keeping Doom away from the team as much as possible, right? But already, Tyrant positioning secured from the side of Paradise Esports. There's no contest coming out from See You Soon, right? Jing is going for that trade in the top line. Peanut King, I mean, you do get the Overlord. Paradise Esports for now.
Absolutely. Guys, that team doesn't really do much to counter like vanguards early on, right? Because most of them are staying in lane, so the vanguards don't really do much. Oh, the mirror domain was actually committed there at some point. Was that? No.
Nah, that
oh, it's the new Jing. It's the new Jing, right? Almost forgot about that too. Oh lord.
Yeah, that Jing is now much more potent in terms of swapping around with her reflection, right? So it's gonna be kind of scary. And now, with that said, Paradise Esports, they've been doing such a great job of just keep neck and neck, Unruly Blade being used, and the push coming out from the side of MZK secures the first blood for Paradise Esports. They can potentially go for more if they set their sights on bottom here.
The only reason they got the kill was actually the Tempest buff, right? Yeah, counting in that first blood, but they want to keep this up just a little while longer before the buff dissipates. That's why they're just trying to pop the issue onto See You Soon. We'll finally make this Arlie head on back just a little bit more while they have to deal with the Vanguard.
Yeah, and that 6-minute power spike coming in for 919, he's going to be extremely tanky with that Unruly Blade able to reposition as well. Peanut King, he has his work set up for him, right? He has to look for Belby, he has to look for Tom. If you're not able to burst these two down at the start of the fight, there goes your entire fight. That 5v5 is now unwinnable. And now that 5v5 is not even going to be taken as 919. He's just taking skirmishes on the bottom side of the lane, leaving SYS damaged.
That's what I like to see about Doom. It's just knowing when to get into the faces of your opponent, because it's such a strong pick. You're not only so tanky, but you're able to mostly get out unscathed all the time. Now this time the mirror domain was committed, but no one is there.
Yeah, and it's a very telltale sign that Mirror Domain is not even threatening to the side. Razor Calvin being used from the side of One Real Boy, not able to find anything for now. And the longer this team fight goes, the more Paradise Esports ramps up. As Dun is able to take out Furl, and Takumi goes down as well. They will set their sights on this Crimson Golem here, and they will get it. Enemy resources, check. Enemy kills, check. Paradise Esports secure more map advantage.
Yep, 2-0. That is so far clean. Powers are going down in favor for them as well. And the issue is trying to get online, right? Harley once again is forced to take the team fight again. But yep, Jing.
Mirror Domain used here, not able to find anyone, and that's the scary problem, right? You're using Mirror Domain to clear creep. Sure, it might be good for now, and Guan Yu is not able to find any form of disruption. Instead, he's getting countered on by Dun here, and that's the scary part of these team fights, because Paradise Esports, they thrive on sustain. They have a Dolia, they have a Dun. They're gonna be able to kite you and fight you for days. If you aren't able to burst them down, especially with Peanut King's pick of the Jing, it's gonna spell doom.
Yeah, shout out to Celestial Melody, by the way, for that second Unruly Blade. It was just enough to take out Jade, right? One Real Boy, okay? And so far, the Guan Yu is trying to get into the back lines to get through, but so far.
Yeah, Furlan going with 2 out of his reacher, nearly loses his entire HP bar. Now we do see One Real Boy trying to go for a counter engage, and MZK is gonna be collateral. But at this point, MZK dying is not too much of a big deal. What matters now is Peanut King. He's extremely low, right? If he goes down right here, it's gonna be so dire for the side of See You Soon. He's definitely gonna go down here, man.
Yeah, man, it's not making it easy like Peanuts, but that's a snipe from the Shano. Oh, that was cinema.
Yeah, and Tom, I mean, he's gonna have a good game, but definitely See You Soon. They have a power timing as well. When you reach the 10 to 12 minute mark, Harley is gonna be very scary.
Okay, they should get there though, is the question. They are surviving, not really thriving, but so far they are doing a very good job in actually keeping Paradise Esports at bay. Because if anything at all, a regular Storm, the Paradise would have gotten at least all of their tier 2s by now as well. But no, it's still up, it's still healthy. And the Guan Yu has seen some success since I last pointed out about them. We have seen it up on top lane, onto the Overlord. Might just let this T2 mid down though for SYS. And Arlie is just responsible for trading the tower.
Yeah, Paradise Esports, they do need more conversion of these objectives as well. The fact of the matter that Immune is able to do this on the top lane is just so scary, and now we do see Berlin actually able to venture out more, right? Giving more vision, always good for See You Soon, but Paradise Esports, they've been playing it well. Now, with the Vanguards threatening the turret, can they treasure these lane turrets in time? Because it's gonna belt them down.
That Unruly Blade was literally clinical, by the way. Because if it was just 1 second too late, the Bitter Farewell would actually lock him in place and he was actually going to die. Yeah, I think like SYS is fighting back, and fighting back in style they're doing it actually. So despite it being 1-5, they're only about 3,000 gold behind, which is actually very respectable. In fact, so once these objectives start coming out again, they will result in these kills, because the Vanguards are pushing up right now for SYS to at least regain some sort of map pressure that they've lost earlier.
And at this 10-minute mark, the objectives become extremely important, right? The fact that Paradise Esports are unable to guard the other objective, they go for the Shadow Tyrant here, yes, but SYS, this is all part of the game plan. They want that Shadow Vanguard, already committing that Mirror Domain for it, and once they get it, right, they're gonna apply that split push pressure. This is a 10-minute mark already. It's where the Arlie gets scary, where the Jing can just play cross-map. That Tyrant buff is not gonna matter if we don't take the team fights. They just disengage here.
Yep, exactly. Razor Cavalry was committed there as well, trying to find that back line, but I feel like Paradise knew what's going on. They immediately disengaged once they saw the Guan Yu coming in. And Guan Yu is leading them on a wild goose chase here, which is actually hilarious. No one can actually catch up to him unless he gets boxed in. And so far, he's doing a good job. Space created, by the way. He's forcing at least 3 members to go up against him, whereas the rest of SYS can look to clear and protect the bottom and mid lane.
Slain an enemy.
Yeah, eventually goes down here, but there's a lot of space created just in time for the Vanguards to spawn as well, right? This means that there is an opening for Siusu to take more of these guerrilla playstyle fights if they wish to do so. They spot Yishong on the Dharma on the top lane, but instead of just taking the team fight, they want to take more turrets. Secure more gold advantage for the early. That's not a bad play too.
Blue team has destroyed
Now,
a
the next
tower.
question you ask is when do you see the Arlie really come nice, right? But okay,
Pretty unruly play, finding Ferlin at this point. And this is what Siusu should not be going for, right? Paradise Esports, they find the timing, they find the pickoff, and now have this kind of play. Damage here, and that's going to be a critical mistake. Mirror Domain has Paradise Esports game 1 of the series.
oh man, I like what you said there. They're forcing their will because their will was shown there. The amount of power that they literally peaked up, pushing up on the mid lane there was just great. Because at that form of time, if you're not fighting as 5, you are just going to... He was trying to go in and get some poke. But... shit. Almost as devastating from Sun Bin. Once you bring in, you can't get. It's like what 12 minutes in. The early was a little bit behind.
They had all the ability to take that team fight over there, but the lack of the frontliner is what held them back because they had no frontliners available. When the team is knocking on your base and you aren't able to even defend, they saw the timing so well to team fight at all. Effect coming in for Paradise Esports.
Well, you take this kind of draft, you have one goal. Your goal is to kill. And if you can't kill, then your lineup just falls apart. So you see the Jing was suffering a little bit though. 0-2 and 0. It's tough, right? Because the amount of like I won't even say tankiness, it's just how do you break into the back lines of Paradise Esports to lock down the Shano or the Shi? The Shi is going to be so far behind, further than any mage can ever possibly be. And she's 2-0 and 5, so good stuff, right? And then who's the rest? We talk about One Real Boy a little bit. We see him really trying to do as much work as he can. Most of the time the camera's on him. The pushes, they were alright, but so far they couldn't get the damage in somehow for these kills.
Yeah, and these are very two different fundamental styles of gameplay coming from both sides. You see that Siusun, right? Their region, they're going for these guerrilla fights. They want to disrupt as much as possible. We want Real Boy. Peanut King goes for the backliners, potentially Belby, Tom, but there was no timing to be found. Paradise Esports, they played the timings extremely well, and they always dealt with the lane pressure, despite the fact that Siusun, if you take a look at how many Vanguards that they got, how many Overlords that they killed every single Overlord in the game, yet the lane pressure was never favoring Siusun. Paradise Esports, they were on top of it, right? What they did was they proxied the wave 919 in the front. They took care of the Shadow Vanguard, so it's not going to be a problem later. And the rest of the team was behind because at that point, nobody can kill the Dun.
That's fair game, man. But look at the team fighting here for SYS. Everyone is 100% except Jing. The one person that you might expect to be in team fights is at 0%. It's not even at 10%. So what does that mean? It means that she could not get into the phases of PE, right? The mirror domain was almost exclusively used just to clear minions. Because she knows that she cannot go into the backlines, it's might as well better used to clear out the lanes. We talked about them having problems with lane clear in the first place, which really showed. Because the moment that Paradise showed themselves on the map, they just appeared and cleared the lane, and they're in your jungles invading already. So you're being suffocated, right? As a sniping comp, if you can't get to the backlines for the kills, then you're pretty much on the losing end already.
Yeah, and losing end was put on. They fought the pressure. 919 MVP as he was pressuring them into losing on the Dun. 206, 39% damage taken, right? That's literally almost half already. And he had 22% gold. And Dun, if you give him gold, he's just gonna be unkillable, man.
I mean, even at level 1, level 2, even without gold, he sounds pretty unkillable already. I'm still not sure why this hero is in the game. He's stupidly overpowered, but that's why teams pick him. He is so strong, guys. And if you don't find a way to counter him, right, then there's no way that's gonna stop an unruly blade from flying into your face, because no one is going to frontline the Dun enough for your team to respond accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, he was in many different qualifiers. He has experienced many different teams as well. He has played against the likes of All Gamers, AI Esports, NLG combined. He has seen every single region almost in the Southeast Asia sphere as well. So this man has a lot of experience, and when he executes, he does it just right. And now it feels like he has found a lot of footing with Paradise Esports here.
Okay, yeah. So if something's working out for them, I'm actually very glad. Remember, the predictions were skewed against Paradise very heavily, because I also believe that See You Soon had the capabilities to make these snipe kills, but it turns out that Paradise Esports just did something that's a little bit more textbook, a little bit more tested with time and proven, and just came up on top. It shows in their gameplay, it shows in their macro, and as well as these objective takings. So very well played. I love it. If See You Soon is going to pull something up again that's unorthodox, it better work, or they're already going to be hitting that 0-2.
Yeah, and that was just a one slight little mistake that I feel from the side of See You Soon. That was punished super hard, right? And this is one of the higher levels of gameplay as well. When you see an opponent opening, the ability to punish, the ability to convert those objectives, I feel that Paradise Esports, as a team, they can convert it extremely well. The moment they saw the idea out of position, they're like, oh, once she falls, that's a 4v5. Once the other one falls, it's a 3v5. And then the rest just fell like dominoes because they had the lane push and they had the ability to use Dun to tank the crystal.
Yeah, that's right. And also important to note about cooldowns, right? They realize that, okay, once the Bitter Farewell is down, or once Razor Cavalry is used, there's pretty much nothing that can actually disrupt the team fights, right? They're not afraid of the mirror domains. They're not afraid of like Winter is here. They just dive in straight. They have the capabilities to tank it out and then just rely on Shi and Chano to attack safely from a distance. So they really knew what it takes for that team fight to always come out on top, even though they may not get team wipes, but they managed to always push them back, which results in all these minions finally pushing in and getting the crystal.
Yeah, I mean, definitely both teams, they had their shining moments. I felt that See You Soon, the draft was actually really good. It's a style that I really like, that guerrilla play style, right? You're not having that frontliner. It's an unorthodox style, right? But definitely if it's executed, it can be done extremely beautifully, like we saw in the previous series with Fearless Esports Hong Kong. So you can see there's different schools of thought when it comes to drafting as well, and what next play style is See You Soon going to adopt next, because definitely they tried the guerrilla play style. It doesn't work out for them as well, right? Doesn't work out for them as well.
Data is one thing, right? If only we knew what else they could be going for, or what their strengths are in general, because we don't know if this could be one of their strongest draft, but they just happen to fall short, or if there's something else that's actually up their sleeves. It's actually pretty interesting because, while we were just waiting for this next game here, you can definitely know that See You Soon is pondering, literally clattering at their teeth here. Even though they won't be eliminated, but still, losing games don't feel that good.
Yeah, and of course, this is still day one of the regular season, but if you take a look at the bottom here, we do have the drafts already up for that first game. Whatever heroes that they use in the global ban pick format, these teams will not be able to replicate these same heroes in the next draft. So for example, Paradise Esports, they cannot pick Dolly again, they cannot pick Chano again, they cannot pick Dharma again, and they cannot use this entire draft again. So there's no repeating strategies. You gotta be versatile when you play HOK.
For what one thing's considered though is that these big these picks coming up from Paradise isn't really a combination you see often in most drafts, right? So the fact that they have maybe 1 or 2 more games at hand, they haven't really shown their trump card, which that actually puts See You Soon up on bait, because if something like this can even work out, they will know that their work is cut out for them to actually go against Paradise Esports.
Yeah, and just a review of the drafts from before, right? I just feel like there is a lot of good reactionary measures coming out from Paradise Esports. They feel much more prepared, right? We're going up against the top pick, the top tier pick, Arlie. If it's not banned, it's picked. This is the entire storyline of today. And they prepared it with the Chano pick together with the Dolia to provide the sustain. And that itself, it shows a form of preparedness. It shows a form of like, yeah, they did their homework. They know what's going to work and what kind of play style they need to play against this Arlie here.
Exactly. No hero goes uncountered, right? It's like if you don't ban it, that means you have to be ready to counter it. So the fact that there is an Arlie, which the name of the game here today has been Arlie picked, if not pushed early and Arlie get farm, Arlie win. But if Arlie doesn't get farm and all your lanes are getting pushed, she's gonna get shut down, then you lose. It has been like this for all these games. It's easy to actually catch out, and this is also the same reason why Lungs are not really like super S tier picks. It used to be, right? And Ogrun's always, first picked as well, because now everyone is finding a way to counter Ogrun's. Same thing, like a lot of people are very comfortable with countering Arlie, countering Mai Shiranui, and even Dharmas for that matter. So right now, it's pretty simple. Catch your lane fast, up the tempo, and Arlie has no place to farm, forced to join team fights, she would be suppressed here. So, but we don't have to worry about See You Soon not, picking up Arlie again. Is it going to be banned out for the Laotian side? We don't know, because I feel like if the Laos people could get their hands on the Arlie, man, See You Soon will be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Paradise Esports, definitely they know how to play these kind of heroes as well. Definitely showing a lot of versatility in the draft. I would say that there's a very reactive draft, and to be able to play that to that kind of level, it's very good already. But now we're heading into draft number 2 already, right? Draft number 2 is going to be very important because you only get 4 bans, and 4 bans saying like 2 bans on each side for the first phase before you can pick those 3 heroes, especially if you are on the blue side now. See You Soon. You have ability to pick up combo heroes. You can have ability to draft combo heroes for yourself. I personally feel like Paradise Esports, they just ban out the combo heroes, right? They ban out the Dolia themselves, and then suddenly you don't have that. Yeah, you don't have that combo available because Dolia is such a versatile combo maker.
One combo that we don't talk about often here is actually Ming and Lady Sun. It's most of the time being just brought out as like a wow pick sometimes, but it really does a lot of damage. But half the time, it never really came down to the point that they have to force out a Lady Sun, minus the one we saw in game number 2, I believe, between Max and Fearless, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no. Aside from that, it's usually been pretty much staple. If it's
Fun
not...
fact:
Okay.
Ming and Lady Sun in KPL, 90% win rate.
What?
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay, high win rate is a thing, but 90% is obnoxious.
It was 100%, and it was 100% until the last, very last semifinals of KPL. So yeah, there's a possibility that See You Soon, they can't go for this. It's a tried and tested combo, right? So it's gonna be very strong. In the other regions, it's been proven, so they can do that if they want.
Okay,
They don't
but
do
they
it,
don't. We don't really see like that's being a priority pick, so they are going to look to secure their Clash lane first, it seems, and that's almost always been the case. No, they got a Dolia first for the last round. So, for Paradise Esports,
Yeah, Paradise Esports, I mean, you go for the long, right? You go for the long here. You are playing that sustain lineup, but you can also be versatile. Long is a very versatile kind of farm laner where you open up a lot. You go for the pay here, but I feel that pay offensively, you're not gonna be enough. You gotta pick up the Byron for yourself. So they do pick it up. So now that long it's looking like an offensive threat because the infinite vastness, you can push out super far, use the infinite vastness, reset, set the fight for the Pei and Byron as well. It's such a crazy combo. And now for the side of See You Soon, they need that survivability against the Pei. That Pei Byron already picked up. So
more responsive is one thing, right? But I really like how you sequence the kind of skills coming out from Paradise, because this is going to be the things that will force SYS to be on the back, right? Lung is going to be very comfortable up front. There's nothing that will actually shut him down now aside from a full combo from Mai. Okay, so that will depend on the mage as well as the support coming out from SYS, where of course they will ban out the Dia as first from SYS. But what do you think it's a good support though for Paradise?
Paradise Esports right now, they can actually go with the Guiguzi like we saw just now, right? You can go full dive. And definitely they can even pick up the Dong Huang if they wish to. It's not that bad. Like, surprisingly, Zhang Fei has been picked up for See You Soon. That would have been in their best interest because Zhang Fei actually super good. So very good denied pick coming out from See You Soon, going for the Zhang Fei themselves. That Lian Po ban is actually valid, right? We meme a lot about Lian Po, but Lian Po on the support here with the Pei, the Lung, and the Byron, it adds a lot of survivability. So a sustain, if you want to counter their sustain measure, you want to live through the fevered barrage that they pick, you can also pick the tie-in if that's an angle for you.
Does it actually force PE to really just go full out like offense? Because banning out the Lianpo is like kind of just rounds up the team a little better, right? Because Lianpo can frontline a little bit, protecting some of the squishies, which is Pei and Lung. But yeah, going for the Sakir is such a good middle ground. He's tanky enough a little bit. I really like this Yixing pick to lock it out. They have damage, all they needed was control, and Yixing was great.
That is a Zia coming out from See You Soon, but See You Soon, they do go with the same thing, right? You have to just survive through that early to middle stages of the game, I feel, to be able to survive against their lineup. This is a full synergistic lineup coming out from Paradise Esports, right? If you take a look at what they have, the board sets up amazingly, zoning for Pei and Byron. Byron does great with the board. And now with the Long, oh my god, it just adds a level of sustainability. And now you have the Sakir as well. You play with that extra bush that you create. Paradise Esports, their draft looks super scary, man.
I unfortunately have to agree with you, because I wanted to like See You Soon's lineup. I really wanted, man. The Sakir and Yixing was so good, but it's good. It's just good. But Paradise though, what do you think about the Zia pick? Because usually I think for Zia, it's always more reactionary rather than offense, right? Even though he does have a safe distance like this should. But I feel like now this really depends on how far Organ can push himself forward. But the Zia must always be behind him, and usually he will be safe, because there's no one that can really jump behind the Zia and take him out aside from a Flash Byron.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, we'll talk about it really soon, but the gift code is out, guys, so that's more important right now, right? You don't want to hear us yap forever. You want to get your skins, you better get it now, right? The code is down there for up for grabs, up for you guys. But definitely, when you talk about Zia, that sanctification only comes in at level 15. But something that the Zia provides that not a lot of people can see is the lane clear. It has a lot of stall potential if you play the spacing correctly. Combined with the Zhang Fei, there's a lot of sustainability, but Ferlin will be the target of the first blood. And you can see that Paradise Esports, they have been posturing in the opponent jungle, just feeling out the rotations of See You Soon. This has been the story.
Yeah, they've never been one to actually shy away from a fight, right? And it looks like how did initiate the Doctor so really committed to that. Making it a 1-1 though, so I feel like this could be a closer game if they can just keep this up, right?
If they can keep trading, I mean, that's gonna be great for See You Soon. Because that Conductor of Souls, Ogren's sustainability really shows. And the fact that Takumi, he can deal damage from the backline, it's a silver lining for them. Because it's not just if you're ahead, you can deal damage, you can clear creeps too. But Tom, in a bit of trouble, does not have the infinite vastness. Oh no! He just gets 1v1.
Oh, yeah, I think he underestimated the passive coming out from Marco Polo. Chain reaction stacks up so much. It dealt so much damage when you pushed on forward, right? So, yeah, I also like the point you brought up about Ziya's wave clear. I enjoy playing Ziya a lot. And, you know, sometimes when, you know, your enemies push down to your own base, he clears out the minions so quickly. So it really discourages those pushes coming in. Right now, though, See You Soon does have the kill lead. I wanted to keep this up, but he's been doing so much work. This Marco Polo to try to keep this Long at bay, considering the fact that he does have a Zhang Fei though. Let's just remember that.
Yeah, and this is really dependent on Pei and Byron's timing, right? 919, you saw, right? They're gonna control that early pace of the game, but mid-game becomes even more important because they now need to secure farm for Tom. Because Tom currently is way behind Immune. Now you have to worry about the Fever Barrage every time you jump in, and that's why I like the secure pick a bit, because you have that sustainability, you have that bush to hide in as well, so you have marking factor to play around the Fever Barrage.
Not just that, most importantly, Sake has a stun, right? And he's one of the only people who could disengage just in time if, let's say, the riding the wind was used by Lo. Okay, so in terms of an instant stun, that's right there. Byron could also arguably be a good stun as well, but it really depends because so far, Fever Barrage is gonna be really careful. But remember that Immune also runs Purify. What is that?
Yeah, board has been used. Unbridled Outburst onto 919, able to disengage for now, putting Peanut King in a bit of trouble here. Marco Polo dealing the damage. Peanut King survives here, but one real boy is here, trying to deal damage to the backline, but split fights. MZK extremely low here, but all of them surviving on just a sliver. Infinite Fastness being popped. Both teams are alive for now, but the clean pickoff. Tom finds revenge onto Immune, and Verlin falls in kind. Paradise Esports, they strike back.
Oh, you have to remember, 919 and MZK almost died there, by the way. The Fireflies was enough to save MZK, and 919 was saved by his teammates. And not only did they turn the fight, this was an example of how you use the infinite vastness on the offense, right? So you see, clean replay. Conductor of Souls actually missed there, which was crucial because MZK would have died there, and in return, your Peanut King almost also died on his sense. He literally baited the Sakir in. He wasn't the flash out, and once again he's back safe. Just so much back and forth, a split in fact, and that's where the Lung is just trying to move all the way back. And you know, in case you forget, that's why we talked about the re-engage, right, from Byron as well as the Pei. It is so strong that cooldowns are short. They can always come back into the fight.
Yeah, still See You Soon. They still have a good team fight capability, right? You have the Ogren, you have the Conductor of Souls, but what Paradise Esports are doing great is they're avoiding these team fights. They want to clear out the waves and get Byron as much space as possible. Board being used already just to zone them away. Don't want to force this team fight.
Yeah, even the Umbrella Outburst was used proactively. He did not connect to anyone, but that was just to secure the T1. They really are counting their every objective is an objective that cannot be missed right now. So if they didn't get this tier 1, who knows? So it might feel something horrible in the late game. So that's their first tower.
Yeah, Paradise Esports, they got 2 off of that. Like, you know, Pei and Byron, they deal a lot of damage. They deal a lot of damage to towers too. But now with this, they can actually collapse on this mid lane. They get the turret ready. We do have the charge up coming in from Takumi, but the creeps are not in their favor. One real boy goes down first. Conductor of Souls still already use infinite fastness, pop defensively, but this leaves See You Soon low and damaged. They don't have the sustainability to fight. 919 caught out by the likes of Immune here, but not able to find the finish, and there's just a lot of low members. 919, if he found just a sliver of timing, he could have gotten a triple kill.
Oh man, we didn't talk enough about the force use suppression by that Byron coming earlier. It was a value suppression. It got 3, by the way, which forced every member of SYS back to base, effectively like disabling the team fight. So the only issue now is this Ziya is literally the key for damage. He's the only one that will literally do enough damage for Auron to land those executes, right? Because right now Immune doesn't have the right... Oh, it keeps starting again.
Yeah, 919, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's in no man's land. He wanted to go for the macro push, but unaware of the positioning of the CU members because they were grouped up here. And now Paradise Esports, they have to go for the macro play, continue to avoid fights, right? And this is where Pei actually kind of shines. You can play him defensively as well as offensively, but you can also play him as a macro factor. Too bad he was caught by CU.
Yeah, and there was a lot of members for that too, by the way. 4 members for 1 Pei is that's the amount of respect they will have to show for him. I mean, he's back up, and interestingly enough, the score is actually tied. It's only 4-4 in case you guys didn't notice, but yet you can still feel the impact coming out from PE.
Yeah, already day one, both teams showing prowess in terms of trying to come back when losing. That's a very important skill to have, right? A lot of people struggling when they're losing, but now losing is CU soon as they get caught up in the engagement. Board has been set. They are trying to deal the counter damage. Fever Barrage not enough from Immune as we see Furlan go down as well. There's too much damage coming out from the side of Paradise Esports. Now Takumi, he is left in no man's land. They can actually do whatever they want. You see 919 going down here. Auto kill coming out from Takumi, not respecting the damage of the Zia. And we see MZK, he might potentially fall as well. There's no flash available, but I mean, Takumi, he still deals a lot of damage. MZK is really low. The rest of the team are falling in. He is able to deal damage for now, but MZK finds the finish onto Takumi. That ends that saga.
Oh, that Fireflies, man. It has been nerfed, by the way, guys. Sakir. But shout out to Zia for that return kill right onto that Pei. He just timed it very, very well, and everyone knows a big Zia combo can effectively take out any squishy heroes. And Pei is technically one, right? But that also resulted in the tier 3s being taken out from SYS. So macro-wise, he's trying to delay the inevitable. He did eventually end up trading 1-for-1 because he got killed in return, right? So regardless, there is still some defense needed from SYS right now. It's only 9-5, 4 kills ahead, but not unrecoverable, if I might say.
Yeah, but things get scary when Paradise Esports are ahead right now. They're 5,000 gold ahead. Looking at the itemization, key itemizations already out for Pei and Byron, right? They both have the ability to dive and just jump in. There's a lot of damage coming out from Pei. And if you take a look at the Loon's build, Tom actually going for that Starbreaker already. There's going to be a lot of shred damage for Ogren. So now Peanut King has no place to stand in the front line.
Yeah, he's gonna get spotted out there. P2 is gonna be right here. But misses though, but regardless, that's the tier 2 power down for SYS. Another objective complete for PE.
Yeah, really, I mean, the board has been used, right? But they're setting their sights on the Shadow Tyrant here. See you soon, of course. They're going to go for that regular trade of going for this Shadow Overlord here. But it might be contested just in time because members of Paradise Esports, they're already aware of this. They get the Tyrant buff already. They can't take this team fight. Unbridled Outburst is being used. You saw him. He is in it. And Shadow Overlord goes away of See You Soon. But they might be going down here. One member, 919, already falls. Peanut King, he's trying to tank things up, but one real boy, Peanut King and Immune, triple kill. Make that a 4th coming out from the side of Paradise Esports. Takumi, where have we seen this before? There will be no replay this time as Paradise Esports. They can potentially end things right now. Next member, 17 seconds away. They do have a creep wave coming in for this crystal here. See you soon. They have no inkling, no defense. The Vanguards pop up, but they do a great job of attacking the crystal, and they will secure a 2-0 victory to end the series off.
Clean day today, guys. Clean days. Oh, that just fell completely apart, right? They were trying to protect the Overlords, in which way, of course, the Ogren sealed it. But at what cost? It's literally the lives of everyone on SKS, right? So this is just showing that, like, okay, PE, they already knew the game plan already. They know how to sustain themselves in team fights, and of course, whittling down as well as, you know, SYS slowly but very, very surely.
Yeah, great identification of them going for that Overlord. I believe that's what won them the fight. But this has been the story of game one as well, right? Paradise Esports are very good at this mid-game decisions, knowing when the enemy is weak, knowing when they're licking their wounds, and that's when Paradise Esports strikes. Because, I mean, you see 919, he's 3-4-3, he died 4 times, but it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, he bought the space needed.
Yeah, I don't know how half the time that the entire team can just come in and get those pokes, right? Because after all, you have to remember that Paradise is not really playing a tanky comp either. But they managed to make this work. So how does that work out for SYS, right? They had all the tanks up front, but for some reason, their tanks just completely melted. So that's why you see the Zia just taking his heels to the highway, right? How many times we've seen this? Too many times. When there's no front line, your mages are just completely compromised and then just down you go. So there were some footings, I'd say. That's why I said that this team had what it takes to go up against Paradise. But the problem is Paradise just had a better understanding of the game and the timings. So I say that's pretty well played.
Yeah, and if you take a look at how Belby played, Yixing, a hero that's not really known for damage, but still able to output the highest damage output in his team. I mean, that just goes to show, right, how much space 919 and Yusong are getting. If you take a look at the damage taken from Pei and Byron, they are neck and neck, 27%, 26%. They're just cycling through the damage. And, of course, not forgetting MZK. His death-defying axe. Oh my god, this man, he was on a sliver of HP multiple times in the game, yet they could not find a hold of him.
It's criminal that Sakir did not get MVP. That's all I'm saying. MZK, I'm here for you. All I'm saying is that your enabling has pretty much like thrown SYS into chaos. They'll be like, why can't we kill this Sakir? And then they tried to re-engage and got killed by the rest of Paradise Esports, right? So it was hilarious on the back and forth, especially going up against the Tyrant area at the front there. Everyone was so low, but due to the number of heals that's coming out from Sakir, right? They could re-enable them again to fight. So this one wasn't really that clean, by the way. You could see this graph. It sort of skewed a little bit towards see you soon, but they never ever brought the advantage to themselves, something that was significant, right?
Yeah, Paradise Esports, they had that secret sauce, man. They knew how to control the resources very well. Like, even when they were losing, they gave us first blood. I mean, they were losing in terms of kills as well. Like, in the early game, it wasn't looking too good for them. We saw Marco Polo solo kill the Lung as well. So, I mean, they were able to bounce back despite that. And, of course, the man behind the bounce back, Belby, 309, 29% damage. I mean, we already highlighted it, but I want to say this again. It's on a Yixing. How often do you see that?
And most of the times the Yixing don't really get farmed, right? This is just the time where like his support and his kills just puts him so much ahead from most Yixings I've ever seen, right? So if you haven't seen a good Yixing in ranked game, trust me, the taking liberties do a lot of damage. That's all I'm saying. It's not just a sliding stone, but taking liberties, like boom, you're like half HP gone. At this point, he's so far ahead that he's just contributing something a little bit more to the team fight than just control.
Yeah, and the backbone of the team, I feel that the synergy was so good, right? They were always buying space for Belby to be able to land those boards, land the taking liberties, making sure that he's never compromised. He had 0 deaths, by the way. And I mean, he was multiple times. He was in the middle of everything, but the main target was never him because everybody else was playing with their own HP bars.
That's what I'm saying, right? If you have a Yixing in the middle of a team fight and not dying, that just shows how much the rest of your team is backing you up, right? So, you know, we've seen Yixing in a lot of other games today, which wasn't way too hot. Most of the time, the passive is being procced and also dying in the same skirmish, whereas not this one. So, it really goes to show that everything just comes in as a package. You're doing it, you're having your team just being a good distraction, whereas you're landing out your CCs and the kills. So, we look at this replay. Everyone is there for a reason. The Lung tried to come in, and you see the Fever Barrage didn't do anything, by the way, onto the side of PE. The disengage and now being chased out, even a flash to just land out the final Flaming Palms. Everything is just cinema.
Yeah, and it's not like See You Soon were sitting down and just letting him deal the damage. You saw one real boy, he actually flashed in. He tried to deal as much damage as possible. And now you see that 919, he's taking the brunt of the hate, right? There's one of the disadvantages of playing a pay. You have a lot of damage, but you are not a tanky boy. And with this board here, that setup just secured that team fight. Fevered Barrage, not enough, because 919, he's alive, he's able to counter out the damage so well.
Not just not enough, by the way. We've seen it twice already. The Feather Barrage went wide. It did not hit anyone. And that just proves to know that PE knows the timing of the enemy skills to be disengaging the moment the Fever Barrage comes in, and it leaves Marco Polo in a vulnerable state. Like, they just read them like a book, man. And that's why I say it's cinema. We could just watch it unfold before our very eyes and understand the microwing coming out from PE. Beautiful.
Yeah, and there's a lot of players to watch today, right? Today we have identified already 3 teams that have sweeped 2-0 in the first day already. Regular season, you can tell that the power levels are an all-time high. We were talking about Paws Gaming being one of the top few today. And of course, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they did take them 3-1 in that finals of the qualifier. Now, there's another contender that you guys need to watch out for. It's going to be Paradise Esports, who took the series 2-0.
Yeah, not just that. And since it's the first time seeing them on camera like this, you know they're actually a force to be reckoned with. But how would they stand out throughout the Myanmar teams as well, the Burmese teams, of course, and the Hong Kong team for that matter? I am going to be so interested because of all of these games will be coming for you the next few days. We'll be showing you the standings real quick about this round robins that just concluded today. But hey, it's clean 2-0s, man, and it's more points, it's potentially more money, like you said.
Yeah, potentially more money, all 2-0s, right? 2-0s gives you the best bounty in this regular season. And of course, it gives us a clear insight to how strong that team is. We saw, there's a lot of strategies going on that they haven't even fully shown. We saw a difference in team fights. We saw 2 fundamentally different teams clashing together. And I really like what they drafted, right? Today, there were a lot of good answers, and I hope that it brings an insight to you in your ranked games as well. Like, what do you do when the enemy picks an early? You pick a Chano, right? Because you can match the mobility, you can match the movements on the map, and you can poke so well.
Yeah, not just that, guys. I think more importantly is to understand how the team compositions matter, because most of the time, sometimes you see a very, very soft team, that's really, really catered for sniping, gets run over by big, tanky, bulky heroes. Whereas now, we got the likes of like Pei, Byron Lung, pretty soft, and just wipe out the likes of like Ogren, Zhang Fei, So it's just things on how to break into your enemy backlines, as well as understanding the timing that your hero can peak, in order to be successful. So yes, a lot of things to break down about competitive, which of course we wish we had more time to talk about it. But in the end, sometimes good things must come to an end, because we are about to pretty much close this out now, Moment. I feel like there's a lot of things that we could have learned today from these players, ourselves even, before we finally show you the standings, I guess, since this is round robins and no one has been eliminated yet. Just want to remind you guys.
Don't worry. These teams are still playing for points. Only 2 teams will not make it to playoffs, right? But of course, the top 2 teams secure themselves a comfy spot in the playoffs. They will go to the upper bracket semifinals. And for today, we already saw Fearless Hong Kong take a 2-0 victory. And so does Paradise Esports and Paws Gaming as well. They are 2 points each.
Pretty good. So not looking too hot here for the Cambodian teams. We will see the Burmese teams tomorrow, I believe. So like I said, comfortable is one thing. Being seeded into the semi-final straight up, everyone is looking forward towards that, because one less game played is one less headache, as every coach will say.
Yeah, and tomorrow, I believe, Paws Gaming I mean, will be not Paws Gaming. I mean, Paradise Esports. Yeah, Paradise Esports will be going up against Impunity Esports. So I believe this will be a rematch, but of course, of different rosters, right? Organizations going up against each other is always interesting because they have their fans, they have their following as well. Impunity Esports, our previous defending champions of this wildcard series. And of course, we're expecting them to do well, but top contenders, I mean, they're viable contenders. They have shown themselves today. Impunity Esports, I hope you guys are watching because you need to do your homework.
Yeah, slowly but surely, when all these teams start making their way up in here into the broadcast, you will see all their capabilities, what they're good at, what they're not good at, and sometimes just random surprises they can pull out of their sleeves that the casters don't even expect here. So, as you put it in very, very good words, my man. You gotta look out for these players that we've seen today already, especially Paradise. They really surprised me today. I'm equally impressed. So how much more will they unfold? I'm definitely gonna be keeping a lookout for that.
Yeah, and definitely we will have these matches lined up for you guys tomorrow. But I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream by us here today. And of course, the games provided by the players in the regular season. Of course, we will have the drops tomorrow as well. So look forward to the codes, look forward to the games, and look forward to hearing from us as we're going to sign out. This has been Moman, and together with me is Xeno Viper. See you guys tomorrow.